Hello everyone, I'm Mr. Night Story, and welcome to tonight's journey toward peaceful sleep. If you're enjoying this content, I would be so grateful if you could take a moment to like this video. I'd also love to hear from you. Please feel free to share in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is there. Your kind support truly helps me continue creating these relaxing experiences for you. Now please make yourself comfortable as we gently begin tonight's journey to restful sleep. We set out from Moab well after sunset on that October evening in 2022, the three of us, Derek, Brett, and me, bound for the dense, shadow-choked valleys of Manti-La-Sal National Forest. The air carried the sharp bite of autumn, and our breath formed small clouds in the frigid night air. At 28, I'd been hunting these woods for over a decade, and normally the familiar weight of my rifle and the excited panting of our dogs would fill me with confidence. Tonight felt different from the moment we parked the truck. Derek, my longtime hunting partner, checked his gear with unusual meticulousness, his weathered hands trembling slightly as he loaded ammunition. Brett, the youngest of our group at 25, kept glancing nervously at the tree line, his usual cocky demeanor replaced by something I'd never seen in him before: genuine unease. "Weather's supposed to hold," Derek muttered, though dark clouds were already gathering overhead, threatening to block what little moonlight we'd have. "Should be perfect for tracking." Rex, my chocolate retriever, whined softly at my feet, his ears flat against his skull. In all our years together, I'd never seen him behave this way before a hunt. The other two dogs, Derek's Beagle Mason and Brett's Pointer Duke, huddled close together, their usual eager energy replaced by nervous pacing. We'd hunted coyotes in these woods countless times, knew every trail and clearing within a 10-mile radius. The routine was simple: track the pack, set up in a good position, use the calls to draw them in. We'd done it so many times we could navigate these woods blindfolded, but as we shouldered our packs and checked our headlamps, something in the air itself seemed wrong, charged with an electricity that made the hair on my arm stand up. "Dogs seem spooked," Brett observed, his voice lacking its usual bravado. Duke refused to move away from his leg, pressing close like a frightened child. "They'll be fine once we get moving," I said, trying to convince myself as much as them. But Rex's behavior was troubling me. He was a seasoned hunting dog, trained to ignore distractions and focus on the task at hand. Tonight, he acted like he wanted nothing more than to retreat to the safety of the truck. We entered the forest just after midnight, our headlamps cutting narrow beams through the thick canopy above. The familiar crunch of leaves beneath our boots should have been comforting, but instead it seemed abnormally loud, as if the forest was listening to our every step. Derek took point, consulting his GPS occasionally, while Brett and I followed with the dogs between us. "Remember that pack we tracked last month?" Derek asked, his voice artificially cheerful. "Found them about 3 miles in, near that old logging road." "Yeah," I replied, but my mind was elsewhere, focused on the oppressive feeling that seemed to press down on us from all sides. The temperature was dropping rapidly, and our breath came in thicker clouds now, creating small halos around our light beams. 20 minutes into our hike, the first thing that struck me was the absolute silence. Not the peaceful quiet of a sleeping forest, but something far more disturbing. A complete absence of sound that felt unnatural, oppressive. Usually these woods hummed with life. The distant howl of coyotes, the haunting call of owls, the rustle of small creatures moving through the underbrush, the whisper of wind through pine needles. Tonight, nothing stirred. The silence was so complete it seemed to have physical weight, pressing against my eardrums until they ached. Even our own breathing sounded unnaturally loud, and I found myself taking shallower breaths to minimize the noise. "Anyone else notice how quiet it is?" Derek whispered, his voice barely audible but seeming to echo strangely in the still air. Brett nodded, swinging his headlamp beam nervously between the darkened tree trunks. "It's like everything just vanished." I'd experienced quiet forests before, especially during harsh weather when animals sought shelter. But this was different. This felt deliberate, as if every living creature had fled from something, leaving us alone in a void. The dogs sensed it too, their usual excited exploration replaced by cautious, almost reluctant steps. Rex kept looking back toward the truck, his body language screaming that he wanted to return to safety. Mason and Duke weren't much better, staying close to our legs instead of ranging ahead as they normally would. Their noses worked constantly, testing the air, but whatever they smelled seemed to frighten rather than excite them. Maybe there's a storm coming, Brett suggested, though the sky above showed only scattered clouds. Animals can sense weather changes before we can. Derek stopped abruptly, holding up his hand for silence. We froze, straining our ears for any sound. The quiet stretched on, broken only by the distant creak of tree branches and our own heartbeats. Then, just as we were about to move on, something else reached us, a sound so faint I almost missed it. Breathing. Slow, deliberate, coming from somewhere in the darkness ahead. "Did you hear that?" I whispered, my grip tightening on my rifle. Derek nodded slowly, his face pale in the glow of his headlamp. "Something's out there." We stood motionless for several minutes, listening intently, but the breathing sound didn't repeat. Whatever had made it was either gone or had learned to be more careful. The silence returned, even more oppressive than before, and I realized I was holding my breath without meaning to. Brett cleared his throat softly. "Could be another hunter." "At this hour?" Derek shook his head. "And why would they be trying to hide from us?" The questions hung in the air, unanswered and increasingly troubling. We'd all heard stories of people getting lost in these woods, of search parties finding only empty campsites and abandoned gear. Most of those stories had rational explanations: exposure, falls, simple disorientation. But standing there in that unnatural silence, surrounded by darkness that seemed to swallow our light, I began to understand how easy it would be to simply disappear. We pressed deeper into the forest, our formation tighter now, nobody wanting to stray far from the group. The terrain grew rougher, forcing us to navigate around fallen logs and dense patches of undergrowth. Our headlamps created a small bubble of visibility, but beyond that thin shell of light lay an impenetrable wall of darkness that could hide anything. Derek stopped suddenly, kneeling beside a patch of soft earth near a small stream. His headlamp illuminated something that made my stomach clench with unease. "Look at this," he said, his voice tight with confusion. I knelt beside him, studying the tracks pressed into the mud. At first glance, they appeared to be coyote prints, the right size and general shape, with distinct claw marks extending from each toe. But as I looked closer, something was terribly wrong. The prints seemed to shift and change as my light moved across them. In one angle, they were clearly canine, the pad marks and claw impressions exactly what I'd expect from a large coyote. But when I shifted my position slightly, they took on an entirely different character. Longer, more elongated, with what looked disturbingly like human toe impressions. "That's impossible," Brett breathed, crouching down for a closer look. He traced one of the prints with his finger, his hand shaking slightly. "It's like something was walking on 4 legs, then stood up and walked on 2. I followed the trail with my light, finding more prints that told the same impossible story. Whatever had made these tracks moved in a pattern unlike anything I'd ever encountered, sometimes on all 4s like a typical quadruped, then suddenly shifting to what appeared to be bipedal locomotion, only to drop back down again. The spacing was wrong too. The stride length varied dramatically, sometimes short and quick like a nervous animal, other times covering ground in long, almost human-like steps. In several places, the prints were so deep they suggested something much heavier than a coyote, yet in others, they were barely visible, as if the creature had somehow become weightless. "Look at this one." Derek pointed to a particularly clear print. The impression showed 5 distinct digit marks, but they were too long to be human, ending in what were unmistakably claws. Yet the overall shape of the foot was disturbingly human-like, complete with what appeared to be an arch and heel. Rex whined softly and backed away from the tracks, his hackles rising. The other dogs were equally disturbed, refusing to approach the strange prints despite our encouragement. Their behavior was the most unsettling part. These were experienced hunting dogs, trained to track various animals. Yet they reacted to these prints like nothing they'd ever encountered. "How fresh are they?" I asked, though I dreaded the answer. Derek examined the edges of the prints, testing the firmness of the mud. Recent. Very recent. The stream's been running steady, so these would wash away pretty quickly. I'd say within the last hour or two. The implication hung heavy between us. Whatever had made these tracks had passed this way recently, possibly even while we'd been hiking toward this spot. The creature could still be nearby, watching us from the darkness beyond our lights. Brett stood up abruptly, swinging his rifle in a slow arc as he scanned the surrounding woods. "We should go back." "No," Derek said firmly, though I could hear the uncertainty in his voice. "We came here to hunt. These could be from some kind of injured animal, moving strangely because it's hurt." I wanted to agree with him, to find a rational explanation for what we were seeing. But deep down, I knew these weren't the tracks of any injured coyote. They represented something else entirely, something that defied easy categorization. The way they shifted between human and animal characteristics suggested a level of anatomical impossibility that made my mind reel. "Let's follow them," I heard myself say, surprising everyone, including myself. "At least for a little way, see where they lead." Derek nodded reluctantly, and we began tracking the strange prints deeper into the forest. Behind us, the dogs followed with obvious reluctance, their body language screaming warnings we chose to ignore. The tracks led us along a winding path that seemed to follow no logical route. Instead of taking the easiest passage through the forest, they meandered in seemingly random directions, sometimes doubling back on themselves, other times leading us through particularly dense patches of undergrowth that tore at our clothing and gear. What disturbed me most was how the prints seemed to anticipate the terrain. In areas where a normal animal would struggle or seek an alternate route, these tracks showed the creature navigating with an intelligence that suggested advanced planning. It avoided obvious obstacles while taking advantage of natural cover, moving with a purpose that felt uncomfortably strategic. "It's like it knew we'd follow," Brett muttered, voicing the thought that had been growing in my mind. Derek paused to examine a particularly unusual set of prints. "Look at this. See how they're spaced? It's like whatever made them was playing, leaving us a trail to follow." The prints here showed clear signs of deliberate placement. Instead of the natural gait pattern we'd been following, these were positioned almost artistically, creating a clear path that would be impossible to miss. Worse, they seemed to be leading us away from any familiar landmarks, deeper into a part of the forest I didn't recognize. Rex suddenly stopped dead in his tracks, his body going rigid. His nose worked frantically, testing the air, and a low growl rumbled in his throat. The other dogs immediately picked up on his distress, clustering together and refusing to move forward. "What is it, boy?" I whispered, kneeling beside Rex and following his gaze into the darkness ahead. For a moment, I saw nothing but trees and shadows. Then something moved, just at the edge of my light's reach, a dark shape that seemed to flow between the tree trunks with unnatural fluidity. It was there and gone so quickly I couldn't be sure I'd actually seen anything at all. "Did you see that?" Derek's voice was tight with tension. "Something's out there," Brett confirmed, raising his rifle, about 50 yards ahead, moving parallel to us. We stood frozen, our lights sweeping the forest ahead, but whatever we'd glimpsed had vanished completely. The silence pressed in around us again, somehow even more oppressive than before. I realized I could hear my own heartbeat thundering in my ears, along with the rapid breathing of my companions. Then, from somewhere in the darkness ahead, came a sound that made every hair on my body stand up. It started as a low rumble, almost subsonic, vibrating through the ground beneath our feet. Gradually, it rose in pitch, becoming a howl that was both familiar and completely wrong. It sounded like a coyote's call, but distorted, stretched into something that conveyed not just wildness, but a kind of malevolent intelligence. The howl seemed to come from multiple directions at once, echoing strangely through the trees, making it impossible to pinpoint its source. "That's not natural," Derek whispered, his knuckles white as he gripped his rifle. The howl faded, replaced by something even worse, silence that felt expectant, as if the forest itself was waiting for our response. Rex pressed against my leg, trembling despite his training and experience. The other dogs were equally terrified. their usual hunting instincts completely overwhelmed by whatever primal fear this creature inspired. I made a decision that would haunt me for years to come. We keep following the tracks, but we stay together no matter what. Looking back, I realize how foolish that decision was. We should have retreated immediately, should have trusted the dog's instincts over our own stubborn curiosity. But in that moment, faced with something that challenged everything I thought I knew about the natural world, retreat felt like cowardice. The tracks continued ahead, leading us deeper into unfamiliar territory. With each step, I felt like we were being drawn into a trap, but I couldn't shake the compulsion to see where the trail would lead. Behind us, our footprints in the soft earth created our own trail, one that something else might soon be following. What happened next unfolded so quickly that my memory of it remains fragmented, like trying to recall a nightmare. One moment we were following the tracks in formation, our lights cutting through the darkness, and the next we were running blind through the forest, separated and terrified. It started with the dogs. Rex suddenly lunged sideways, barking frantically, his leash jerking from my grasp. Mason and Duke followed immediately, their leads tangling as they bolted in different directions. In the confusion of trying to catch them, our formation broke apart. "Rex!" I called, plunging after my dog as he disappeared into a thick stand of pine trees. Behind me, I could hear Derek and Brett shouting for their own animals, their voices already growing distant. I should have stopped, should have regrouped with the others before pursuing the dogs. But Rex was crashing through the underbrush ahead of me, his panicked barking echoing strangely in the dense forest, and I couldn't bear the thought of losing him to whatever had terrified him so badly. Branches clawed at my face and snagged my clothing as I pushed through the undergrowth, following the sound of Rex's distress calls. My headlamp beam swung wildly, creating a disorienting strobe effect that made navigation nearly impossible. Tree trunks loomed out of the darkness like sentinels, and more than once, I barely avoided running headfirst into low-hanging branches. "Derek! Brett!" I called out, hoping to re-establish contact with my hunting partners. But my voice seemed swallowed by the forest, producing no response except a faint echo that sounded wrong somehow, as if it were being thrown back at me by something that wasn't quite an echo. Rex's barking stopped abruptly, replaced by a whimpering that sent ice through my veins. I fought my way through a particularly dense patch of undergrowth and found him huddled at the base of a massive pine tree, trembling and refusing to move despite my urgent calls. "Come on, boy," I whispered, trying to keep the fear out of my voice. "Let's find the others and get out of here." But as I knelt to gather Rex into my arms, I heard something that made my blood freeze. From somewhere behind me, close enough to be clearly audible, came Derek's voice. "Over here," he called. "I found something." I turned toward the sound, relief flooding through me. But Rex whimpered more urgently and pressed himself harder against the tree, refusing to move toward Derek's voice. His behavior struck me as odd. Rex knew Derek well and had never shown any fear of him. "Derek," I called back. "Where are you?" "Right here," came the reply. But something about it bothered me. The voice was Derek's, but the inflection was slightly off, as if someone was trying to imitate him without quite getting the cadence right. Rex's reaction confirmed my growing unease. Dogs have senses far superior to ours, and Rex was clearly terrified of whatever was calling to me in Derek's voice. I made a decision that probably saved my life. I ignored the calls and focused on calming my dog. The false Derek continued calling for several minutes, the voice growing more insistent and frustrated. Gradually, the calls began to change, becoming less recognizably human and more something else. The final call dissolved into a sound that was part growl, part scream, and part something I couldn't identify. Then silence returned, more oppressive than ever. I sat with Rex at the base of that pine tree, both of us trembling, trying to process what we'd just experienced. Whatever was out there in the darkness, it had learned to mimic human voices with disturbing accuracy. The implications were terrifying. Minutes passed before I worked up the courage to move. When I finally did, it was with the grim realization that I was alone in an unfamiliar part of the forest, with something hunting me that was far more dangerous than any coyote. Moving through the forest with Rex pressed close to my side, I tried to maintain some sense of direction, but the darkness made navigation nearly impossible. Every tree looked identical in the narrow beam of my headlamp, and I'd lost all sense of the path we'd been following. The tracks that had led us here seemed to have vanished entirely, as if they'd never existed. Then I heard Brett's voice, calling from somewhere to my left. "Hey, over here! I found a way out!" Rex's immediate reaction told me everything I needed to know. Instead of perking up at the familiar voice, he cowered against my leg, whimpering softly. After what had happened with the false Derek, I wasn't about to be fooled again. "Brett?" I called back cautiously. "What's your location?" "About 100 yards west of where we got separated," came the reply. "I can see the truck from here." The voice was perfect. Brett's usual confident tone, his slight regional accent, even the way he tended to project his voice when excited. But Rex's terrified reaction told a different story, and I'd learned to trust my dog's instincts over my own desperate hope for rescue. I remained silent, hoping whatever was calling would give up and move on. Instead, the voice became more insistent. "Come on, man. I know you can hear me. Derek's already here. We've been looking for you." The mention of Derek sent a chill down my spine. If this thing had somehow gotten to Derek, if it was capable of... I didn't want to finish that thought. Instead, I focused on moving quietly through the forest, trying to put distance between myself and whatever was using my friend's voice to hunt me, but the voice followed, always staying just out of sight but close enough to be clearly audible. Worse, it began to demonstrate an intimate knowledge of our hunting trips, referencing specific incidents and inside jokes that only the real Brett would know. "Remember that time you missed that buck at 30 yards? The false Brett called, chuckling in exactly Brett's manner. "Derek still gives you grief about that shot." The accuracy of the memory was disturbing. Either this thing had been watching us for longer than I cared to imagine, or it had access to Brett's memories in some way I didn't want to contemplate. Rex continued to tremble against my leg, his fear so intense I could feel it radiating through his body. The calls continued for what felt like hours, sometimes Brett's voice, sometimes Derek's, occasionally both in what seemed like a conversation between my missing friends. They discussed our hunting plans, shared memories from previous trips, even argued in the same way Derek and Brett sometimes did. But underneath the familiar voices was something else, a subtle wrongness that became more apparent the longer I listened. The inflections were slightly off, like an actor who'd studied the role but hadn't quite mastered it. Occasionally, words would be drawn out too long or cut off too abruptly. Most disturbing of all, the voices sometimes overlapped in ways that suggested they were coming from the same source. Whatever was out there was capable of producing multiple voices simultaneously. "We know you're scared," Derek's voice said, taking on a gentler tone. "But you need to come out. There's something in these woods, something dangerous. We need to stick together." The irony of the statement wasn't lost on me. There was indeed something dangerous in these woods, and it was the thing speaking to me in my friends' voices. But the psychological manipulation was clever, appealing to my fear and my loyalty to my hunting partners, trying to convince me that my own safety depended on trusting the very thing that threatened me. Rex suddenly lifted his head, ears pricked. From somewhere far ahead, barely audible over the false voices, came a sound that made my heart leap with hope. Real barking, the familiar voices of Mason and Duke. If the dogs were still alive and together, there was a chance Derek and Brett were as well. I made another crucial decision. Ignoring the increasingly frantic calls behind me, I headed toward the sound of the real dogs, Rex trotting alongside me with the first sign of hope he'd shown all night. Following the distant barking, I pushed through increasingly dense forest, Rex staying close to my side. The false voices behind us gradually faded, replaced by an ominous silence that felt like a held breath. Whatever was mimicking my friends seemed to have given up on vocal deception and was now pursuing a different strategy. I could feel it following us, staying just beyond the reach of my headlamp, matching our pace through the dark forest. Occasionally, I caught glimpses of movement in my peripheral vision, a shadow that seemed too fluid, too quick to be entirely natural. But whenever I turned my light toward these movements, nothing was there except trees and darkness. Rex's behavior confirmed that we weren't alone. His head swiveled constantly, tracking something I couldn't see, his body tense with the awareness of being hunted. Several times he stopped abruptly, growling low in his throat at some threat I couldn't detect, forcing me to wait until he was ready to move again. The barking ahead grew louder, more frantic, and I recognized the distinct voices of Mason and Duke. They sounded terrified but alive, which gave me hope that Derek and Brett might still be unharmed. But as I pushed through a thick stand of pine trees, what I found made my blood run cold. Derek and Brett were there, standing with their backs to me in a small clearing, their dogs circling them frantically. But something was wrong with the scene. They stood too still, too perfectly motionless, like mannequins positioned for display. Their headlamps were dark, leaving them as silhouettes against the faint moonlight filtering through the canopy. "Derek? Brett?" I called softly, but neither responded. Rex refused to enter the clearing, digging his claws into the earth and pulling backward with all his strength. His distress was so intense that he began whimpering, a sound I'd never heard from him before. The other dogs continued their frantic circling, but they too avoided getting too close to the two figures. I raised my rifle, switching on the weapon-mounted flashlight that provided a much stronger beam than my headlamp. What I saw in that harsh white light nearly broke my sanity. The figures weren't Derek and Brett. They had the right height and build, wore identical clothing, even had the same equipment and gear. But their proportions were subtly wrong, limbs slightly too long, heads positioned at angles that no human neck could achieve. Most horrifying of all, they had no faces, just smooth expanses of flesh where features should have been. As my light hit them, both figures began to turn toward me with movements that were mechanical, jerky, like marionettes operated by an unskilled puppeteer. The turning motion was wrong in ways my mind struggled to process. Too much rotation, bones bending in directions that defied anatomy. I stumbled backward, nearly tripping over Rex, who was now openly terrified and trying to flee back into the forest. But as I retreated, the figures began to change, their featureless faces developing familiar characteristics. Derek's weathered features emerged on one, Brett's younger face on the other, both wearing expressions of desperate relief. "Thank God you found us," Derek's imposter said, the voice perfectly matching my friend's tone. "We've been lost for hours." But the mouth movements were wrong, out of sync with the words, like a badly dubbed movie. Worse, I realized that the real Derek and Brett were nowhere to be seen. These things had either replaced them or... I couldn't bring myself to consider the alternative. "Where are Derek and Brett?" I demanded, keeping my rifle trained on the false figures. "The real ones?" The imposters exchanged a glance that was disturbingly human in its calculation. Then Derek's double smiled, an expression that was anatomically correct but completely devoid of warmth or humanity. "We are Derek and Brett," it said. "You're confused, probably suffering from exposure and exhaustion. Let us help you get back to the truck." The thing began walking toward me, moving with Derek's characteristic gait but somehow wrong in every detail. Its feet didn't quite touch the ground properly, and its arms swung with mechanical precision rather than natural rhythm. I backed away, keeping my weapon aimed at center mass, but the creature continued approaching with apparent unconcern for the rifle pointed at it. Rex was now pulling desperately at his leash, trying to drag me away from the clearing, his panic infectious and escalating my own fear to near breaking point. "Stay back," I shouted, but my voice cracked with terror. The Derek thing tilted its head at an impossible angle, studying me with eyes that reflected my flashlight beam like an animal's. "You're not thinking clearly. Put the gun down and let us help you." That's when I made the decision that would haunt my dreams for years to come. I squeezed the trigger. The rifle shot echoed through the forest like thunder, momentarily deafening in the confined space. The Derek thing staggered backward, a dark stain spreading across its chest, but it didn't fall. Instead, it looked down at the wound with what appeared to be curiosity rather than pain. "That wasn't very friendly," it said, its voice maintaining Derek's exact cadence despite the grievous injury. Brett's imposter hadn't even flinched at the gunshot. Instead, it began moving toward me from a different angle, forcing me to divide my attention between two threats. Worse, the wound on the Derek thing was already beginning to close. the dark stain on its shirt fading, as if the injury had never existed. I fired again, this time at Brett's double, watching in horror as the bullet struck but produced only a momentary stagger. Both creatures continued their approach, their movements becoming less human and more predatory with each step. Rex made the decision for me. Breaking free from his leash with desperate strength, he bolted toward the tree line. I followed without hesitation, crashing through the underbrush in blind panic, branches tearing at my clothing and gear. Behind me, I could hear the creatures pursuing, but they no longer bothered with human speech. The sounds they made were a horrible mixture of growls, clicks, and something that might have been laughter if it hadn't been so utterly inhuman. They moved through the forest with impossible speed, crashing through obstacles that should have slowed them down. I ran harder than I'd ever run in my life, my lungs burning and my heart hammering against my ribs. Rex stayed ahead of me, his superior night vision and knowledge of the terrain our only advantages. Several times I stumbled and nearly fell, but terror kept me moving when exhaustion should have dropped me. The pursuit seemed to last forever, but gradually I became aware that the sounds behind me were fading. Whatever those things were, they either couldn't maintain their inhuman speed indefinitely, or had decided to abandon the chase for some other reason. I didn't slow down to find out which. Rex led me through terrain I didn't recognize, but his instincts proved true. After what felt like hours of desperate flight, I saw the blessed gleam of headlights through the trees. The truck sat exactly where we'd left it, untouched and ordinary, a bastion of normalcy in a night that had become a waking nightmare. I fumbled with shaking hands to unlock the vehicle, Rex leaping into the passenger seat the moment the door opened. I started the engine and reversed out of the parking area without even bothering to secure my gear properly, desperate to put distance between us and whatever still lurked in those dark woods. Only when we were back on the main highway, surrounded by the comforting lights of civilization, did I allow myself to truly consider what had happened. Derek and Brett were gone, possibly dead, definitely not the creatures that had mimicked their appearances. The rational part of my mind insisted that there had to be a logical explanation, but the memories of those featureless faces developing familiar features would haunt me forever. I never reported what happened that night. Who would believe such a story? Instead, I told authorities that we'd become separated in the dark forest and that I'd lost track of my friends. Search parties found no trace of Derek or Brett, no evidence of their fate, no clues about what might have happened to them. The official conclusion was that they'd become lost and succumbed to exposure, their bodies claimed by the vast wilderness of Manti-La-Sal National Forest. I attended their memorial services, listened to friends and family share memories of two good men, and never spoke about what I'd really seen that night. But I know the truth. Something lives in those woods, something that can learn human faces and voices, something that hunts with intelligence and malice. I've never returned to hunt in Manti-La-Sal, and I never will. Some places are meant to remain wild, untouched by human presence. Rex never fully recovered from that night either. The confident hunting dog I'd known was replaced by a nervous animal that refused to enter any forest, day or night. He lived out his remaining years as a house pet, content to stay close to home and safety. Sometimes, late at night when the wind is howling outside my windows, I think I can hear familiar voices calling my name from the darkness. Derek's voice, Brett's voice, pleading with me to come outside, to come back to the forest where they're waiting for me. But I know better now. I know that some invitations should never be accepted, and some mysteries are better left unsolved. The forest keeps its secrets, and I intend to keep mine. God help anyone else who might venture into those woods after dark, following strange tracks and trusting voices that sound like friends. The forest is patient, and it's always hungry for new faces to learn, new voices to steal. I pray they'll be smarter than we were that October night in 2022, when 3 hunters entered Manti-La-Sal National Forest and only one came out. My name is Ethan Novak. I'm 32 years old and I live in a small cabin nestled in the remote wilderness of Oregon's Umpqua National Forest, where I work as a park ranger. It's a solitary life patrolling these dense woods, but I've always been drawn to nature, Hiking, camping, exploring the backcountry, it's in my blood. I took this job for many reasons. After struggling to make ends meet waiting tables and working odd jobs, the steady paycheck of a park ranger was appealing. I was also desperate to escape my dead-end life in Portland and lose myself in the isolation of the forest. Out here, my mounting debts and aimless existence fade into the background, replaced by towering evergreens and rugged terrain that stretch as far as the eye can see. But mostly, I became a ranger because of my deep reverence for these wilderness areas. Places like the Umpqua are sanctuaries, some of the last remaining swaths of untouched land in an increasingly developed world. I've worked in parks and forests across the country, from the waterfalls of Michigan's Upper Peninsula to the rolling hills of Pennsylvania and the Appalachian peaks of North Carolina. Each is unique, but they all fill me with the same sense of awe, rendering me just a small speck in a vast, ancient tapestry. Out here in Western Oregon, I'm the sole ranger responsible for overseeing nearly 50,000 acres of remote backcountry. Cell service is non-existent, and my radio crackles with static more often than dispatches. My days are spent clearing brush from trails, doing maintenance on the seldom-used campground nearby, and watching for signs of the area's abundant wildlife: Roosevelt elk, black bear, mountain lions. It's not uncommon for hikers to get turned around on the faint, inconsistently marked trails. Usually they wander back to the trailhead on their own, but when they don't, I'm the one called in for search and rescue missions, heading out solo to scour the dense understory and rocky ravines. I've always had a knack for navigation, an innate sense of direction that borders on supernatural. I can't explain it, but out here, I feel a deep connection to the land, as if the forest itself is guiding me. Most of the time, I find the lost hikers within a day, frightened and vulnerable but otherwise unharmed. But every so often, the situations are more dire. Like the young couple from Portland who disappeared 2 summers ago, leaving behind a tent and backpacks, never to be seen again. Or the elderly man who vanished last fall after wandering off trail to relieve himself. We only found bone fragments and tattered flannel, as if he'd been ripped apart by a hulking predator. The locals whisper about dark things in these woods, sinister creatures and malevolent forces that lurk in the shadows. They say people go missing every year, more than can be explained by accidents and natural causes alone. Loggers tell stories of blood-curdling howls echoing through the night, punctuated by shrill, almost human screams. Hunters stumble across strange stone cairns arranged in perfect circles, almost like ritual sites. Some even claim to have seen unexplainable creatures shambling through the trees, not quite animal but not fully human either. Of course, I've always dismissed such tales as nothing more than folklore and overactive imaginations. Ghost stories told around the campfire, the product of isolation and too much time spent in the woods. Even after a year spent living in the Umpqua, I've never seen anything that can't be explained by natural causes. At least I hadn't. Not until last week when everything changed. The morning began like any other, with me setting off at first light to hike a series of trails near the confluence of Tallow Creek and the Umpqua River. Mist curled up from the mossy forest floor as dawn gradually brightened the canopy, transforming the world from shades of gray into lush green and gold. I was a few miles in, enjoying the chirps and trills of songbirds, when a faint rustling in the underbrush made me pause. Something was moving through the trees just out of sight, branches snapping and leaves crunching under what sounded like the tread of a very large animal. At first, I thought it must be an elk or bear, but something about the noise unnerved me, sending a shiver cascading down my spine. Heart pounding, I called out a tentative greeting. "Hello, is someone there?" The rustling stopped abruptly, plunging the forest into eerie silence. Even the birdsong had ceased. I stood frozen, straining to hear something, anything. But the woods had fallen still, as if collectively holding its breath. Uneasiness rising in my gut, I moved off trail to investigate. I'd barely taken 2 steps into the dense understory when the snapping of twigs erupted again, this time so close that it made me flinch. There was no mistaking it now. Something very large was moving through the brush mere yards away, just beyond my field of vision. "I'm a park ranger," I called, trying to keep my voice level. I'm here to help if you're lost or injured. A guttural sound answered me, a low, rasping rattle that sounded unlike anything I'd ever heard before. The hair on the back of my neck stood up as a wave of primal fear washed over me. Whatever was in those trees, it was no elk or bear. It sounded wrong, unnatural. I backed away slowly, feeling my boots catch on gnarled roots and rocks. The thing in the brush let out another chilling sound, almost like a growl, and I could hear it start to move, circling around to block my path back to the trail. Seized by full-blown panic, I turned and sprinted in the opposite direction, heedless of the branches that whipped across my face and snagged at my clothes. Behind me, heavy footfalls gave chase, snapping saplings and flattening vegetation under the bulk of an immense body. An otherworldly howl reverberated through the forest, and I ran faster, lungs burning and side aching as I crashed through the underbrush with the single-minded desperation of prey fleeing a predator. I'm not sure how long or how far I ran. The next thing I knew, I was stumbling out onto a dirt logging road, gasping for breath, a stitch searing my side. Sweat poured down my face despite the morning chill as I braced my hands on my knees and fought to slow my racing heart. The road was blessedly deserted, no sign of whatever had pursued me out of the tree line. Sucking in deep breaths, I started the long walk back to my truck parked at the trailhead, glancing repeatedly over my shoulder. By the time I made it back, I'd almost managed to convince myself that I'd imagined the whole thing, that maybe it had just been a particularly aggressive bear protecting its territory. But I couldn't quite shake the uncanny, skin-crawling feeling that I'd just escaped something far darker. Something that belonged more in stories and nightmares than in the waking world. I had been running from a legend. I just didn't realize it at the time. A legend with sharper teeth and more malice than I could have ever imagined. Unable to stop thinking about what I'd experienced in the woods, I found myself driving down to the ranger station later that same day. I told myself that I just needed some human interaction after the morning's fright, but in truth, I wanted to know if anyone else had encountered anything strange in that area of the forest lately. The station was always quiet this time of year, with only a couple other rangers on duty. Hank, an older gentleman with a salt and pepper beard, was working the front desk when I arrived. He glanced up and chuckled when he saw me, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "Ethan, you look like you've seen a ghost. Rough day out there?" I mustered a weak smile as I approached the counter. Something like that. "Hey, have there been any reports of animal sightings or activity near the Tallow Creek confluence? Anything out of the ordinary?" Hank pursed his lips thoughtfully. "Not that I can recall. Plenty of the usual. Elk, bear, cougar. But nothing unusual. Why do you ask?" I hesitated, suddenly feeling foolish. What was I supposed to say? That I got spooked by a weird noise in the woods and ran for my life from what was likely just a curious animal? "No reason," I said, trying to sound nonchalant. "I just thought I saw something strange out there this morning. Probably just a trick of the light." Hank nodded, but his gaze had sharpened, studying my face intently. "What did it look like, this strange thing you saw?" I opened my mouth to brush off the question, but something in Hank's expression made me pause. There was a knowing glint in his eye, a hint of something deeper than mere curiosity, almost as if he'd been waiting for someone to ask about strange sightings in these woods. I didn't actually see anything," I admitted, "but I heard something. It sounded big, too big to be any animal I've ever encountered out here. And the noises it made, they didn't sound natural. It was like a growl, but deeper, guttural, almost human-like." Hank's face had gone carefully blank, but I could see a flicker of unease in his eyes. He glanced around as if to make sure we were alone before leaning across the counter, conspiratorially. "Listen, Ethan," he said, lowering his voice. "You're not the first person to say they've experienced something strange in those woods. Rangers and loggers have been telling stories for years. Stories of creatures that walk like men but aren't quite human. Things that lurk in the shadows, always just out of sight." I felt a tingle run down my arms, the fine hairs standing on end. "What kind of creatures?" Hank shook his head. "No one knows for sure. Some say they're spirits of the forest, guardians of the land. Others think they might be some undiscovered species of primate, like Bigfoot. And a few. He trailed off, looking uncertain. A few what? I prompted. A few believe there's something much older and darker. Something unnatural. Not of this world. Hank's voice had dropped to a whisper, his eyes haunted. They say these woods are cursed, Ethan. That people who spend too much time out there alone start to change. They see and hear things they shouldn't, and sometimes they disappear entirely, like they've been taken. A heavy silence descended over the station as Hank's words hung in the air. I could feel a cold sweat beating on my temple, a deep, instinctive dread settling into my bones. I'd always scoffed at the local legends and campfire tales, dismissing them as superstitious nonsense. But now, in the light of my own unsettling experience, I couldn't help but wonder if there might be some truth to the stories after all. Has anyone ever found out what happens to the people who go missing? I asked, my mouth dry. Hank let out a humorless chuckle. Not a living soul, no. Oh, we've found remains from time to time, bones picked clean, clothes rotting on the forest floor, but never enough to determine a cause of death. It's like they were just erased, consumed by something lurking in the trees. He must have seen the fear in my eyes because he reached out to pat my arm bracingly. Listen, Ethan, you've got good instincts. You're sharp and you know these woods. But take my advice. Be careful out there. Don't go poking around in matters best left alone. There are some mysteries in this forest that mankind was never meant to unravel. I nodded mutely, my mind awhirl with dark thoughts and half-formed fears. As I left the station and stepped back out into the gathering dusk, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd just stumbled onto something far more sinister than I could have imagined. A primordial darkness that slumbered in the ancient heart of the forest, waiting for the unwary to wander too far from the path. The creature I'd encountered that morning was only the beginning, a herald of the nightmare to come. I see that now. But at the time I had no inkling of the true horror lying in wait, biding its time until it could draw me into its malevolent embrace. The next few days passed without incident, but the strange encounter remained firmly lodged in my mind. I went about my duties, maintaining trails, cleaning up campsites, watching for signs of wildlife, with a constant prickle between my shoulder blades, an unshakable feeling of being watched. The forest that had once brought me such peace now felt ominous, charged with a brooding menace. The sigh of wind through pines sounded like whispering voices, the snap of a twig underfoot enough to make my heart lurch into my throat. I caught myself scanning the trees as I hiked, searching for any sign of the creature or that eerily human footprint. Deep down, I knew I should leave it alone, heed Hank's warning not to go poking at mysteries best left undisturbed. But my mind wouldn't rest, fixating on the sparse, chilling details, missing hikers, unnatural beasts, stories of an ancient evil that haunted the woods. I felt like I'd brushed against something dark and primal, and now I couldn't turn away, even if I wanted to. A strange compulsion took hold of me, a visceral need to understand what I had experienced. I started spending my evenings huddled in my cabin, scouring archived reports and yellowing newspaper clippings for any mention of the Umpqua's dark legends. There was frustratingly little concrete information to go on, most of the stories couched in rumor and hearsay. But patterns began to emerge the deeper I delved. Disappearances stretching back decades, unexplained sightings, grisly remains found in the forest. The same tales surfaced again and again, enormous footprints, eerie howls, faces glimpsed in the trees that seemed not quite human nor animal. The locals had many names for the creatures said to roam the Umpqua's shadowed valleys and mist-shrouded peaks: Skookum, Siatik, Quiquiai, Steyama. But one moniker in particular seized my attention: the Watchers in the Woods. According to the old stories, the Watchers were ancient beings, forest spirits that guarded their sacred territories with fierce devotion. Some accounts described them as tricksters, forever luring the wayward traveler off trail. Others painted them as savage predators, hunting down the young and vulnerable. But all agreed on one unsettling detail: the Watchers could take human form, blending into their surroundings like wind through leaves, all the better to stalk their prey. The more I read, the more convinced I became that this was no mere legend. Something was out there in the forest, something old and dark and hungering. And with dawning horror, I realized I had caught its attention, crossed some invisible boundary into its domain. I was being watched by unfriendly eyes, tracked by a force that had lurked in these hills for generations. Sleep became elusive, my nights haunted by vivid nightmares, yellow eyes glinting from the dark, gnarled hands snatching at my ankles, a guttural voice whispering my name over and over. I'd jolt awake in a cold sweat, certain that I could hear something rustling outside my cabin walls, circling, searching. The rational part of my mind insisted this was all just my imagination running wild, that the stories had burrowed into my subconscious and spawned night terrors. But deep down, in some primal reptilian corner of my brain, I knew the truth. The Watchers were real, and they had marked me as their next victim. I knew I should get out, put in for a transfer to a less remote posting, but I felt trapped, caught in a nightmarish loop from which there was no escape. Who would believe me, the crazy ranger raving about monsters in the woods? And more insidiously, a dark fascination had taken root, a perverse need to see this through, to understand the face of the evil that lurked in the forest I loved. It was that fascination that drove me from the safety of my cabin, late one moonless night. Unable to bear the suffocating confines any longer, I set off down the trail on shaking legs, armed with only a flashlight and my unreliable courage. If the Watchers wanted me, then let them come. I would meet my fate head-on, confront this primeval force that had haunted the Umpqua since before the first humans set foot in its vales. In retrospect, it was madness, a kind of sleep-deprived insanity born of isolation and the spore-like influence of the dark legends. At the time, it felt like the only choice, the inevitable conclusion of the path I'd stumbled onto. The Watchers were calling to me, and I was powerless to resist their summons. I stumbled through the darkened woods, my flashlight carving a feeble path through the pressing shadows. The forest was preternaturally still, not even a whisper of wind stirring the branches. It was as if the Watchers knew I was coming and had stilled the wilderness itself in anticipation. Every snapped twig and rustle of underbrush made my heart slam against my ribs, convinced that the creatures were closing in. I kept swinging my flashlight beam in erratic arcs, trying to catch a glimpse of yellow eyes or gnarled limbs. But there was nothing, just an oppressive darkness that seemed to swallow the light. I don't know how long I walked, or how far. Time lost all meaning in that eldritch gloom, minutes stretching into eternities. All I knew was the crunching of leaves underfoot and the thundering of blood in my ears. And then I saw it. Ahead, through a gap in the trees, a flicker of movement. Something large and bipedal, shambling between the trunks with an uncanny, loping gait. I froze, my breath turning to ice in my lungs. The figure paused at the edge of my flashlight's reach, half shrouded in shadow. It was vaguely humanoid, but wrong, limbs too long and posture hunched and feral. As I watched in mute horror, it turned its head in my direction. Eyes glinted in the darkness, reflecting the light like twin mirrors. They were too large, too knowing, holding a feral intelligence that sent atavistic terror screaming down my spine. That gaze stripped me bare, peering into the depths of my soul and finding me desperately wanting. I took a faltering step back, a whimper building in my throat. The creature mirrored my movement, gliding forward with a predator's coiled grace. I could see more of it now. Mottled skin stretched tight over jutting bone, a face that was a twisted mockery of human features. What are you? I managed to choke out, my voice thin and reedy with fear. The creature's mouth split into a leering grin, revealing rows of pointed teeth. When it spoke, its voice was a sibilant rasp, a guttural croak that sounded like no language of man. "Watcher," it hissed, the word hanging in the fetid air between us. "Guardian. Hungry." It crept closer, unfolding to its full height. It towered over me, 8 feet of coiled menace and primal wrongness. I could smell it now, an overpowering musk of wet earth and rotting leaves, and something metallic and cloying. I stumbled back blindly, but I could feel its presence all around me, suffocating. There was no escape, no fighting this primordial force that ruled the ancient wood. I had wandered foolishly into its domain, and now I would pay the price, another screaming set of bones to molder in the loam. The watcher lunged, a blur of shaggy fur and jagged claws. I felt a line of icy fire across my chest, and then I was falling, tumbling backwards into a dense huckleberry thicket. Branches snapped and tore at my clothes as I rolled down a steep incline, coming to a bone-jarring halt against the trunk of a massive cedar. I lay there, winded and bleeding, certain that the creature would be on me in seconds. But there was only silence, a watchful stillness that was somehow more terrifying than any roar or howl. With a titanic effort, I pushed myself to my feet, swaying drunkenly. My flashlight beam danced wildly across the trees, revealing nothing but shadow and dense brush. No sign of the watcher. And then I heard it. A low, ululating cry that echoed through the hills, rising and falling in eerie harmonics. It was taken up by another voice, and then another, until the night reverberated with that uncanny song, an undulating chorus of inhumanity. The meaning was clear, ice-water certainty crystallizing in my veins. There wasn't just one creature stalking these woods. There was a multitude, an entire clan of eldritch beings that had marked me as their quarry. I had stumbled into an ancient hunting ground, and now the watchers were gathering, intent on running me to ground. Blind panic seized me and I ran, crashing headlong through the suffocating trees. Branches whipped my face and tangling roots clutched at my ankles, but I barely felt them, driven by animal terror. That horrible bang dogged my steps, drawing closer with every desperate stride. I have no clear memory of my frenzied flight through the lightless wood. Only the impression of laboring lungs and heaving sides, the taste of blood and loam, a cacophony of snapping underbrush and eldritch howls. The creatures harried me like wolves culling a weakened deer, nipping at my heels and flushing me time and again when I sought a moment's respite. All I knew was that I had to run until my heart burst and my bones shattered, because to stop was to die, torn to shreds by the nightmares made flesh that bayed at my back. It felt like a fever dream, a ceaseless, stumbling eternity. My world shrank down to the ragged pull of breath in my lungs, the burn of lactic acid, the hypnotic conviction that the darkness held only teeth and claws and a grisly end. On and on I fled, until the first pale fingers of dawn started to lift the night's veil. I remember staggering out onto a logging track, so drained of will and strength that I simply collapsed, hardly able to turn my head to see if death was still at my heels. But the watcher's cries had faded with the rising sun, that eldritch chorus slinking back into shadow. Now, huddled in my cabin with every window and door barred, I can only pray that the daylight will keep the beasts at bay. But I know the truth marrow deep. The watchers are still out there, patient and eternal, hungering for another taste of their sport. Come nightfall, the hunt will resume. And this time, I don't think I have the strength to outrun the horrors in the dark. The day passed in a haze of exhaustion and dread, the hours crawling by with excruciating slowness. I huddled in the meager safety of my cabin, jumping at every creak of settling timbers, every rustle of wind through the eaves. My wounds throbbed mercilessly, jagged claw marks oozing blood and clear fluid, the flesh around them hot and tight with infection. I knew I needed medical attention, knew that blood poisoning was a very real threat. But the thought of venturing out, of exposing myself to the horrors that lurked in the forest, was unbearable. I was trapped, as surely as if the watchers had me cornered in some lightless den. As the sun began its inevitable descent, painting the sky in lurid shades of orange and red, the reality of my situation crashed over me in a frigid wave. I couldn't stay here, cowering and waiting for the creatures to come for me. I had to get out, had to find help before sepsis or the watchers claimed me. With shaking hands, I gathered what meager supplies I could, a first aid kit, a few energy bars, a battered compass. I paused over the gun safe, fingers trembling on the combination lock. I'd never been comfortable with firearms, but the thought of facing the watchers unarmed made my gorge rise. In the end, I left the guns untouched. What good would they do against creatures that had haunted these woods since time immemorial, that had evaded detection and capture for generations? No, If I was to have any chance of survival, it would be through stealth and cunning, not brute force. I waited until the last sliver of sun had vanished behind the hills, until the gloom of twilight had settled thick and heavy over the forest. Then, with a whispered prayer to whatever gods might be listening, I slipped out into the gathering dark. The night closed around me like a suffocating shroud, full of unseen menace. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig underfoot made my heart lurch into my throat. I was painfully aware of how loud my breathing sounded, how the scent of my terror must hang in the air like a beacon. I had a vague plan, formulated through the fog of pain and exhaustion. I would make my way to the ranger station, try to radio for help. It was a good 15 miles through dense forest, a journey that would have been challenging even in peak condition. In my current state, it felt like an impossible odyssey, a fool's errand. But what choice did I have? To stay in my cabin was certain death, either from my festering wounds or the Watcher's cruel claws. At least this way, I had a chance, however slim. I set off at a stumbling jog, trying to balance the need for haste with the imperative of stealth. The forest was a maze of shadow and lumpen silhouettes, eerie and changed from the sunlit woods I knew. Every gnarled trunk and reaching branch seemed to conceal watching eyes, grasping hands. I hadn't gone more than a mile before I heard it. That low, ululating cry that froze the blood in my veins. It echoed through the hills, a primal song of hunger and anticipated violence. Moments later, an answering chorus rose from the depths of the forest, that eerie, undulating harmony that signaled the Watcher's hunt. Panic seized me in an icy fist and I ran, abandoning all pretense of subtlety. I crashed through the undergrowth, heedless of the noise I was making, knowing that the creatures had already caught my scent. My only hope was to outpace them, to somehow stay one desperate step ahead of those implacable pursuers. The night came alive with the sounds of the hunt, rustling brush, snapping branches, the excited yips and snarls of the Watchers as they closed in. I could feel their presence all around me, a suffocating miasma of malice and predatory glee. They were toying with me, herding me deeper into the woodland, farther from any hope of aid. Time lost all meaning, narrowing down to the burn of air in my lungs, the leaden weight of my limbs, the hypnotic conviction that the darkness held only a swift and bloody end. I ran until I could run no more, until my foot caught on a protruding root and I went sprawling, fetching up hard against a downed tree. I lay there, winded and spent, listening to the eager rustles and snarls of my pursuers as they closed in. This was it then, the terminus of my ill-conceived flight. Here, in the depths of the ancient forest, far from any human comfort or succor, I would meet my end, savaged by the horrors that lurked in the dark. The Watchers emerged from the trees, yellow eyes gleaming with feral intelligence. They stalked closer, lips peeling back from jagged teeth in anticipatory snarls. I could smell their musk, that overwhelming feeder of wet earth and decay and blood hunger. I scrabbled backwards frantically, feeling my hand close on a length of sturdy branch. A desperate plan crystallized in my mind, born of the clarity that only comes when staring into the jaws of certain death. I lurched to my feet, makeshift club held before me like a talisman. "Come on then, you bastards," I snarled, surprised at the steel in my own voice. "Come and get me." The Watchers lunged as one, a tide of gnashing teeth and scything claws. With strength born of desperation, I brought my club around in a whistling arc, feeling it connect with a satisfying crunch of bone. One of the creatures yelped and fell back, greenish ichor sluicing from its ruined face. But there were too many, a wave of ravenous shadow that crashed over me in an overwhelming surge. Claws raked my flesh and fetid jaws clamped on my limbs, bearing me down into the loamy earth. I fought with the fury of the hopelessly outnumbered, pummeling and gouging and twisting, but it was no use. An inexorable mass of writhing, pustulant forms pinned me, and I could feel the Watchers' steaming pants, smell their carrion breath. I screamed then, a raw animal sound of terror and despair. The forest swallowed it, indifferent to my suffering. In that moment, I knew with searing clarity that I was alone, forsaken, my fate sealed by my own harrowing curiosity. The Alpha Watcher loomed over me, its distorted face split into a death's head grin. I saw my own reflection in its mirrored eyes, small and broken, a mote of warm life to be snuffed out on a whim. It raised one great taloned paw, strings of verdant saliva dripping from its maw. I squeezed my eyes shut, waiting for the killing blow. But it never came. Instead, a violent concussion rocked the forest, a blinding pulse of searing light. Sizzling ozone filled my nostrils, and I could feel the watchers recoil, their limbs shivering and twitching spasmodically. I opened my eyes to pandemonium. Strobing red and blue lit the trees in a lurid light show, and I could make out dark shapes pouring from between the trunks. Men in tactical gear, faces grim behind night vision goggles. They fanned out in a practiced sweep, barking terse commands. The watchers scattered like roaches before a flame, melting into the underbrush with hissing cries of rage and dismay. In seconds, the clearing was still again, nothing moving save the drift of kicked-up leaves settling back to earth. A face swam into my field of vision, creased with concern behind a plexiglass visor. "Jesus, Novak, you lucky son of a bitch. Hang on, we'll get you out of here." I opened my mouth to reply, but darkness was rushing up to greet me, an inexorable wave of oblivion. The last thing I remember before it claimed me was a sense of profound, knee-weakening relief. Against all odds, I was saved, plucked from the watcher's jaws by this mysterious cavalry. But even as I slipped into merciful unconsciousness, a single conviction coiled in the pit of my gut, cold and certain. This wasn't over. The watchers were still out there, nursing their wounds and their rage. They had marked me, and they would not rest until I was theirs, mind, body, and soul. My long, harrowing journey in the forest was at an end, but an altogether more terrible trial was about to begin, fought not among the familiar dark of the trees, but in the uncharted shadows of my own mind. For the watcher's song still echoed in my head, and dreams, hideous visions of gnarled hands and glinting teeth, rising from the black depths to drag me back down. I awoke to white walls and antiseptic, the rhythmic beep of a heart monitor counting out the meter of my continued existence. For a long moment I simply lay there, marveling at the miraculous solidity of the hospital bed, the miraculous absence of rending teeth and grasping claws. It seemed impossible that I could be here, safe and, relatively, whole after my ordeal in the forest's dark heart. The memories crowded close, hammering at the ramparts of my shaky calm, the wet heat of the watcher's breath, the meaty stench of their fur, those glinting eyes filled with callous malevolence. I shuddered, bile rising in my throat, and forced the images away. Later, there would be time to process, to try and slot the horrors I'd witnessed into some kind of rational framework. For now, all I wanted was to bask in the light, in the sweet certainty of my own survival. A soft knock at the door punctured my reverie, and I looked up to see a nurse in pale scrubs poke her head into the room. She smiled when she saw me awake, her face warm with relief. "Welcome back, Ranger Novak. You've been through quite an ordeal. How are you feeling?" I opened my mouth to reply, but all that emerged was a dry croak. The nurse was at my side in an instant, pressing a cup of blessedly cool water into my hand. I gulped it down greedily, feeling it soothe my abraded throat. "Better," I managed finally, my voice a harsh rasp. What happened? How did I get here?" The nurse's smile faltered, replaced by a look of concern. "You were brought in by a search and rescue team early this morning. You were in pretty bad shape. Deep lacerations, blood loss, early-stage sepsis. It's a miracle they found you when they did." I frowned, trying to recall the events leading up to my rescue. The memories were fragmented, jumbled, tainted by pain and terror, endless running, the baying of the watchers at my heels, falling, clawing hands, hot breath, and gleaming teeth. And then, light. Noise. Salvation in the form of grim-faced men in tactical gear. "There was a team," I said slowly, brow furrowed with the effort of recollection. They drove off the creatures, saved me." The nurse's expression turned guarded, almost wary. "Creatures? I'm not sure I understand. The report said you were alone when they found you, injured and delirious. A sinking feeling took root in my gut, cold tendrils of unease unfurling in my belly. No, that's not. There were things out there. In the woods. They attacked me, would have killed me if... I broke off, seeing the look in the nurse's eyes. It was a look I was all too familiar with. One I'd seen directed at the occasional lost hiker babbling about lights in the sky or shadowy figures in the trees. The look reserved for madmen and fools. "Ranger Novak," the nurse said gently, "you've been through a severe trauma. It's not uncommon for the mind to play tricks in such situations, to conjure threats where none exist. What you experienced was real," I snapped, more forcefully than I'd intended. "I know how it sounds, but I swear to you, there are things in that forest, things that aren't natural." The nurse sighed, her expression sliding from wary to pitying. I could practically see the word forming on her lips. Delusions. Paranoid delusions brought on by injury, infection, isolation, the first slip down the slope to madness. Frustration welled in my chest, hot and potent. How could I make her understand? How could mere words convey the mind-bending wrongness of the watchers, the primal, paralyzing terror of being stalked by something that belonged in nightmare, not reality? But even as I opened my mouth to argue, to try and somehow hammer the impossible truth into a shape that could be understood, a small, insidious voice whispered in the back of my skull. What if she's right? What if it was all just a fever dream, the hallucinations of an overworked mind finally cracking under the strain? I felt suddenly dizzy, my certainty wavering. The memories, so vivid and visceral moments before, took on a dreamlike quality, fuzzy about the edges. Had I really seen those glinting, pitiless eyes? Felt the steaming pant of fetid breath on my skin? Or had it been a trick of shadow and moonlight, twigs and branches twisted into monstrous shapes by a mind drowning in its own stress hormones? The nurse must have seen the doubt in my face, the hesitation. She patted my hand, her smile kind and a bit condescending. "Get some rest, Ranger Novak. Things will seem clearer after you've had a chance to recover." She bustled out, leaving me alone with my whirling thoughts. I sank back against the pillows, exhaustion tugging at my eyelids like leaden weights. But rest was a long time coming as I stared at the ceiling, trying to shore up my crumbling convictions. I knew what I had seen, what I had experienced. The pain, the terror, had been real. The watchers were real. I clung to that certainty, that fundamental truth, even as the sterile, fluorescent-lit hospital room tried to leach it away, to replace it with comforting notions of stress and delusion. But even as I finally drifted into an uneasy doze, lulled by the soft mechanical drone of the medical equipment, I couldn't quite banish that whispering doubt, that insidious voice that wondered if perhaps, just perhaps, the true threat lurked not out in the dark of the forest, but in the shadowed recesses of my own mind. It was a long time before sleep claimed me, and when it did, it brought no respite. Only visions of glinting eyes and grasping claws, rising from the black depths of my subconscious to drag me back down into the primal dark. The days that followed passed in a haze of painkillers and uneasy sleep, my waking hours haunted by fragmented memories and crawling unease. The hospital staff were unfailingly polite, their smiles just a bit too bright, their voices just a bit too soothing. I could see the wariness in their eyes, the unspoken questions hanging in the air between us. What had really happened out there in the forest? Had I truly been attacked by some unnatural creature? Or had it all been the product of a mind unraveled by isolation and misfortune? The doctors couched their inquiries in gentle euphemisms, altered mental status, a typical stress response, but I could read between the lines. They thought I was crazy, or at least teetering on the brink. And maybe they were right. In the cold light of day, safe behind antiseptic walls and reinforced doors, my memories of that night in the woods took on a surreal, phantasmagoric quality. Had those glinting eyes and grasping claws been real, or just fever dreams conjured by a brain drowning in adrenaline and infection? Had the watchers ever truly existed outside the shadowed corners of my own psyche? The more I turned it over in my mind, the less certain I became. The details that had seemed so vivid, so viscerally real in the moment blurred and ran like watercolors, leaving only vague impressions of dread and disorientation. Maybe the doctors were right. Maybe it had all been a delusion, a stress response gone haywire. But even as I tried to convince myself of this comforting fiction, there remained a kernel of doubt, a nagging certainty that tugged at the edges of my unraveling conviction. Because hallucination or not, something had happened out there in the forest. Something had left me broken and bleeding, teetering on the brink of death. That, at least, was indisputable. As my wounds healed and my strength returned, I found myself growing restless, chafing against the cloying confines of the hospital. I needed to get out, to return to the forest and confront whatever lurked in its shadowed depths, be it monster or madness. Only then would I know for sure. Would I be able to quiet the doubts gnawing at my mind like rats in the walls? Against the vehement protests of the doctors, I checked myself out, stubbornly ignoring their dire warnings and thinly veiled references to further evaluation. Let them think what they would. I knew I wasn't crazy. I couldn't be. Because if the Watchers were just a figment of my shattered psyche, then that meant the true threat. The real monster was me. The drive back to the forest was a tense, silent affair. The only sound, the growl of tires on asphalt and the erratic thud of my own heart. As the tree line loomed closer, dark and impenetrable, I felt a creeping dread settle over me like a shroud, a primal recognition of the horrors that lurked within. Fever, dream or not, some part of me knew this place, knew the nightmares it held. I parked at the trailhead, the ranger station dark and deserted, and sat for a long moment, staring out at the whispering expanse of woodland. In the dying light of evening, the trees seemed to twist and writhe, their shadows reaching out across the loam like grasping fingers. For a moment, I was gripped by an almost overpowering urge to put the car in reverse, to flee this place and never look back, madness be damned. But I couldn't. I had to know. Had to see for myself, one way or another. With a deep, shuddering breath, I gathered the tattered remnants of my courage and stepped out of the car. The forest closed around me like a suffocating fist, the air heavy with the scent of rotting leaves and something far more foul, an undercurrent of carrion and sour musk that set my teeth on edge. Despite the lateness of the hour, the woods were unnaturally still, no birdsong or insect choir to break the oppressive silence. I walked as if in a dream, my feet carrying me down the old service road of their own volition. Rationally, I knew I should be terrified, every nerve and instinct screaming at me to flee. But a strange, fatalistic calm had settled over me, a grim sense that whatever was going to happen was inevitable, ordained. It wasn't long before I smelled it, that wet dog reek that triggered a cascade of awful memories, of pain and terror and glinting eyes in the dark. It grew stronger as I walked, an almost physical presence that coated the back of my throat like oil. By the time I reached the old campground, it was overpowering, so thick I could barely draw breath through it. And then I saw them, slipping from between the trees, padding out onto the overgrown asphalt on silent, splay-toed feet. The Watchers. Just as I remembered them, all rangy muscle under matted fur, those awful, distorted faces with their glinting mirror-black eyes. They filled the clearing, more than I had ever seen, all staring at me with that cool, assessing malevolence. The Alpha emerged from their midst, its muzzle stained with old blood, and fixed me with a gaze that seemed to strip me to the bone. "Watcher," it hissed, its voice like gravel in a blender. "You return. Foolish. Breath and blood and breaking bone. We hunger." It crept forward, muscles bunching beneath its mangy pelt, and in that moment, I knew my answer. The Watchers were real. Terrifyingly, nauseatingly real. This was no hallucination, no fever dream. The true monsters were here, in the flesh, and they were coming for me. A laugh bubbled up my throat, high and hysterical, and shot through with the jagged edge of madness. Because it was funny, wasn't it? All this time spent questioning my own sanity, doubting the evidence of my senses, when the truth had been right here, waiting in the woods. The watchers drew closer, their eyes glinting with anticipation, and I knew I should be afraid. Should be screaming, running, fighting for my life. But all I could feel was a strange, giddy relief. It was real. I wasn't crazy. I raised my arms, welcoming, as the watchers surged forward, their jaws slavering. Yes, this was it. The end, but also a validation. Proof that I wasn't insane, that the world was far stranger and more terrible than I had ever dared imagine. As their teeth caught my skin, iron-hard fingers locking around my limbs, a single cry emerged from my throat. A laugh, wild, broken, exultant. The sound rang out across the forest as the watchers bore me down into darkness and pain, a final defiant cry in the face of an uncaring universe. The shadows took me then, and I felt myself unraveling, my mind coming apart like a frayed knot. But one thought remained, crystalline and triumphant in the wreckage. I had faced the abyss, the lurking madness that haunted the spaces between the trees. And in the end, it was not my sanity that had broken, but the comforting lie of a rational world. As I slipped into the waiting dark, I clung to that revelation, that fundamental truth. Let them find me, broken and rent. Just another mysterious disappearance in a forest with a long, hungry history. Let them spin their tales of predators and misadventure, of tragic accidents and troubled minds. I knew the truth. The watchers were real. And in a way, that was the greatest gift they could have given me. After all, a madman dies frightened and confused, lost in the labyrinth of his own shattered psyche. But I would die enlightened. The fluorescent lights in the campus coffee shop buzzed overhead as I settled into the worn vinyl booth across from Jerome Begay. His hands trembled slightly as he gripped his coffee mug, steam rising between us like incense. I had heard whispers about his story for weeks, fragments of conversation in hallways, nervous glances when his name came up. Now, finally, he was ready to tell me what happened that October night on the reservation roads near Window Rock. Jerome's dark eyes darted toward the window, then back to me. "You have to understand," he began, his voice barely above a whisper. "What I'm about to tell you changed everything. I can't drive at night anymore without checking my rearview mirror every few seconds. I can't sleep without leaving at least one light on in the house." The incident occurred during his sophomore year at the university. He had driven home for a family gathering, staying later than planned to help his elderly grandmother with some repairs around her house. By the time he and his father started the journey back to his dorm, darkness had swallowed the desert landscape completely. The reservation road stretched endlessly ahead, illuminated only by their trucks' headlights cutting through the void. "We were maybe 20 miles from Window Rock when Dad first noticed it," Jerome continued, his knuckles white around the ceramic mug. "Something moving parallel to us, just beyond the reach of our headlights. At first we thought it might be a coyote or maybe a stray dog. The desert is full of them." But as they continued driving, the presence became more distinct. Whatever ran alongside their truck maintained perfect pace, not falling behind when they accelerated, not pulling ahead when they slowed for curves. Jerome's father squinted into the darkness, his weathered hands gripping the steering wheel tighter with each passing mile. "That's when we saw the eyes," Jerome whispered, leaning forward. "Two red points of light, like embers floating in the black. They weren't animal eyes, too high off the ground, too focused, too intelligent. The temperature inside the truck seemed to drop 10 degrees. Jerome's father pressed harder on the accelerator, but their mysterious companion effortlessly kept pace. The red eyes never wavered, never blinked, just bore into them with an intensity that made Jerome's skin crawl. His mouth went dry and a metallic taste filled his throat. The taste of pure terror. Then it did something that still haunts me, Jerome said, his voice cracking. It moved in front of our truck, not gradually, not like an animal crossing the road. It just appeared there, directly in our path. In the glare of their headlights stood a figure wearing tattered clothing, jeans and a flannel shirt that looked like they'd been dragged through thorns and mud for miles. The fabric hung in shreds, revealing glimpses of what lay beneath. but it wasn't skin. Jerome struggled to describe what he saw, his words coming in broken fragments. Its face. He paused, swallowing hard. It wasn't right. The proportions were wrong, like someone had stretched human features too far. And those eyes, they reflected our headlights like an animal's, but with a malevolence that made my stomach lurch. Jerome's father swerved violently to avoid hitting the figure, tires screaming against asphalt as the truck fishtailed. When they regained control and looked back, the road was empty. No sign of whatever had stood there moments before. No footprints, no disturbed gravel, nothing. They drove the remaining distance in complete silence, both afraid to voice what they'd witnessed. Jerome watched his father's reflection in the side mirror, jaw clenched, eyes constantly darting to check behind them. Even now, months later, his father refused to discuss that night, acting as if acknowledging it might somehow summon it back. "I still have nightmares," Jerome admitted as our conversation wound down. "I see those red eyes watching me from dark corners of my dorm room. Sometimes I wake up convinced something is scratching at my window, even though I'm on the 3rd floor." As I left the coffee shop that night, Jerome's haunted expression lingered in my mind. This wasn't the rambling of someone seeking attention or trying to scare me with reservation folklore. This was the testimony of someone whose worldview had been shattered by an encounter with something that shouldn't exist, yet clearly did. 2 weeks after my conversation with Jerome, I heard about Diana Benally through a mutual friend. She was reluctant to share her story at first, insisting that most people wouldn't believe her. But when I mentioned Jerome's account, her resistance crumbled. She agreed to meet me at a quiet diner off Highway 491, away from curious ears and judgmental stares. Diana arrived wearing a heavy jacket despite the warm afternoon, her arms wrapped tightly around herself, as if warding off an invisible chill. Dark circles under her eyes suggested weeks of poor sleep. She ordered black coffee and stared into the cup for several minutes before speaking. "It started with something as innocent as a garage sale," she began, her voice hollow. "My family holds one every summer in Church Rock, just to clear out clothes and household items we no longer need. Neighbors stop by, chat about their kids, maybe find a bargain or two. It's always been a pleasant community event. But last summer's sale took a disturbing turn when a stranger appeared around midday. Diana described him as unnaturally tall and gaunt, with skin that seemed stretched too tightly over sharp bones. His clothes looked expensive but old-fashioned, as if he'd stepped out of a photograph from decades past. Most unsettling were his eyes, pale blue, almost colorless, and they never seemed to blink. He went straight to my father's clothing section," Diana continued, absently rubbing her arms. "Dad had put out shirts, jackets, and jeans that no longer fit him. Normal stuff. But this man examined each piece like he was appraising precious artifacts. He held them up to the light, ran his fingers over the fabric, even pressed them to his nose to smell them. The stranger's behavior made Diana's skin crawl, but her father insisted they treat him like any other customer. The man methodically selected every single item from the clothing table, garments that were clearly too small for his skeletal frame. He paid with bills that felt oddly cold to the touch and smelled of damp earth. Before he left, he looked directly at me," Diana said, her voice dropping to barely audible. His lips curved into what might have been a smile, but it was wrong. Too wide, too knowing, like he was sharing a secret joke that only he understood. 3 days later, Diana's father began experiencing violent nightmares. He would wake screaming, clawing at his sheets, mumbling about being buried alive or drowning in thick black liquid. During the day, he complained of constant nausea and a crawling sensation under his skin, as if insects were burrowing through his flesh. Then the sores appeared, Diana whispered, unconsciously scratching her own arms. They started small like mosquito bites, but they spread and deepened. Dad would scratch until he bled, but they only got worse. He lost weight rapidly, refusing to eat because everything tasted like rotting meat. Diana's mother wanted to take him to the hospital, but her father insisted that doctors couldn't help with what he was experiencing. He claimed the nightmares weren't random. They featured the same pale-eyed stranger who would visit him in his dreams and whisper promises of pain and suffering. He told me the man in his dreams wasn't just wearing clothes, Diana continued, her hands shaking as she lifted her coffee cup. He was wearing Dad's clothes, the ones we sold him, and every night the stranger would describe in horrible detail what he was doing while wearing them. Desperate for help, Diana's family contacted a traditional medicine man named Ben Yazzie, an elderly healer who had dealt with similar situations throughout his long career. Ben arrived at their home just as the sun began setting, carrying a worn leather bag filled with ceremonial items and herbs. Ben took one look at my father and knew immediately what we were dealing with, Diana recalled. He said someone had used Dad's personal belongings to create a connection, a spiritual pathway that allowed them to inflict harm from a distance. Ben instructed the family to help him search the property for any buried objects or hidden bundles. They spent over an hour combing through brush and checking around the foundation of the house, finding nothing. Just as Diana began to lose hope, Ben paused near a cluster of yucca plants about 50 yards from their front door. He knelt down and started digging with his bare hands, Diana said, her voice tight with remembered tension. The soil was hard-packed, but he clawed through it like he knew exactly what lay beneath. When he pulled up that bundle, the smell hit us immediately, death and decay so powerful it made me gag. Wrapped in her father's old flannel shirt were several disturbing items. A photograph of her father with his eyes scratched out, fingernail clippings mixed with grave dirt, and a piece of rotting meat crawling with maggots. Most horrifying was a small doll fashioned from hair and fabric, with pins driven through its chest and abdomen. Ben's face went pale when he saw the doll, Diana continued. He said whoever created this bundle possessed knowledge of the darkest traditional practices, techniques that had been forbidden for generations because of their destructive power. The medicine man immediately began a cleansing ceremony, burning sage and cedar while chanting in the old language. Diana watched smoke swirl around the cursed bundle, and she swore she could see shapes moving within the gray clouds, twisted faces screaming silently before dissolving into nothingness. As Ben worked, I felt something shift in the air around us, Diana said. The oppressive weight that had settled over our home for weeks began to lift. Dad stopped thrashing in his sleep, and for the first time in days, his breathing became steady and peaceful. Ben carefully wrapped the cursed items in white cloth, then buried them in a location he refused to reveal. Before leaving, he warned the family to be extremely cautious about selling personal belongings, especially clothing that had absorbed the wearer's essence over time. He told us that some people practice the old ways for evil purposes, Diana explained. They collect hair, nail clippings, and clothing to create spiritual links with their victims. Once that connection is established, they can inflict illness, madness, or even death from great distances. In the days following Ben's intervention, Diana's father began a gradual recovery. The sores on his skin started healing, his appetite returned, and the crushing nightmares faded to uncomfortable but manageable dreams. However, the psychological impact lingered like a persistent shadow. Dad became paranoid about strangers, Diana told me, absently shredding her paper napkin. He would interrogate anyone who came to our door, even people we'd known for years. He installed multiple locks on every entrance and started sleeping with a hunting knife under his pillow. The family also noticed other disturbing changes in their father's behavior. He began avoiding mirrors, claiming he sometimes saw the pale-eyed stranger standing behind his reflection. Certain smells, particularly earth and decay, would send him into panic attacks. He couldn't tolerate being alone after dark and insisted that family members remain within sight at all times. Mom thought the trauma had damaged his mind permanently, Diana said. But I think he was still feeling the effects of whatever that thing did to him, like part of him remained connected to something horrible. 3 months after the incident, Diana's father finally opened up about the full extent of his nightmares. The pale-eyed stranger hadn't just worn his clothing in the dreams, he had somehow absorbed aspects of her father's personality and memories. In the twisted dream landscape, the stranger would replay private moments from her father's life, corrupting cherished memories and turning them into sources of shame and self-loathing. The worst part, Diana whispered, was that Dad said the stranger knew things he'd never told anyone. Childhood embarrassments, private fears, mistakes he'd made decades ago. It was like having his soul violated and exposed. Ben Yazzie visited periodically to check on the family's progress, and perform additional protective ceremonies. During one visit, he revealed more disturbing details about the type of curse they had encountered. Ben told us that the stranger probably wasn't working alone, Diana said. These kinds of elaborate curses require multiple practitioners and considerable resources. Someone had paid handsomely to have Dad targeted, which meant he had enemies he didn't even know about. This revelation sparked weeks of paranoid speculation within the family. Who could harbor such intense hatred toward Diana's father, a quiet man who worked as a school janitor and minded his own business? They examined every interaction, every casual disagreement, searching for clues about their invisible enemy. We never found answers, Diana admitted, but the uncertainty was almost worse than the original curse. At least when Dad was sick, we knew what we were fighting. Living with the knowledge that someone wanted to destroy us and might try again created a different kind of hell. As autumn deepened and I continued collecting accounts from reservation residents, a pattern began emerging. Multiple witnesses described encounters with unnaturally tall, pale figures who seemed to possess intimate knowledge of their personal lives. These beings appeared during vulnerable moments, late-night drives, solitary walks, quiet evenings at home, and their presence invariably brought profound psychological disturbance. My third major interview came through Jerome Begay, who connected me with his cousin, Vincent Nez. Vincent worked as a maintenance supervisor for the Tribal Housing Authority and spent considerable time driving between remote communities after dark. His encounter occurred during a routine inspection trip to a cluster of homes near Lukachukai. I was heading back from checking on some elderly residents, Vincent told me during our meeting at a truck stop outside Shiprock. It was close to midnight and the road was empty except for my headlights cutting through the darkness. That's when I first saw it standing beside the highway. Vincent described a figure at least 7 feet tall, wearing what appeared to be a formal suit that looked decades out of style. Even from a distance, he could see the creature's unnaturally pale skin and those same colorless eyes that Diana had described. Most disturbing was its absolute stillness. It stood motionless beside the road like a signpost, watching his approaching vehicle. I slowed down as I got closer, Vincent continued, nervously drumming his fingers on the table. Part of me was curious, part terrified. When my headlights hit it full on, I could see details that still make me sick to remember. The creature's face was gaunt to the point of appearing skeletal, with pronounced cheekbones and deeply sunken eyes. Its skin had an waxy, translucent quality that revealed dark veins beneath the surface. Most horrifying was its smile, a too-wide grimace that exposed rows of teeth that seemed both human and predatory. As I drove past, it turned its head to follow my truck, Vincent said, his voice dropping to a whisper. The movement was too smooth, too controlled, like its neck could rotate much further than any humans should. Vincent pressed harder on the accelerator, desperate to put distance between himself and the roadside figure. But when he checked his rearview mirror, the creature was somehow keeping pace with his truck, gliding across the desert terrain without any visible effort. No running motion, no apparent exertion, just smooth, impossible pursuit. I floored it, pushing my truck to speeds that were dangerous on those winding roads, Vincent recalled. But that thing stayed with me for over 10 miles, always maintaining the same distance, never falling behind. The pursuit ended as abruptly as it began. Vincent crested a hill and the creature simply vanished, leaving him alone with racing pulse and sweat-soaked clothes. He drove straight home without stopping, triple-locked his doors, and spent the rest of the night sitting in his living room with all the lights on. For weeks afterward, I would see it in my peripheral vision, Vincent admitted, standing at the edge of parking lots, lurking behind buildings, always just far enough away that I couldn't be certain it was really there. But I knew it was watching me, studying me, waiting for the right moment to approach. Vincent's encounters escalated dramatically 3 weeks after his initial roadside sighting. He was working late in his home office, catching up on inspection reports, when he heard a soft tapping at his front window. The sound was rhythmic and deliberate, tap, 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 like someone politely requesting entry. I figured it was probably a neighbor with an emergency, Vincent told me, though his expression suggested he had suspected otherwise. But when I pulled back the curtain, That thing was standing right outside my window, close enough that its breath was fogging the glass. The creature's pale face filled the entire window frame, those colorless eyes staring directly into Vincent's with an intensity that made his knees buckle. Up close, he could see additional horrifying details: skin that looked artificially stretched, lips that were too thin and bloodless, and teeth that appeared sharp enough to tear flesh. It didn't move or make any sound, Vincent continued, unconsciously rubbing his arms as if trying to warm himself. It just stood there watching me, and I swear it was reading my thoughts. I could feel its presence inside my head, poking around my memories like someone rifling through personal belongings. Vincent stumbled backward, knocking over his desk chair and sending papers scattering across the floor. The creature pressed its face closer to the glass, leaving a greasy smear that spelled out letters in what looked like an ancient script. The writing pulsed with a faint, sickly light before fading away. I grabbed my phone to call the police, but the screen kept flickering and going black, Vincent said. Every electronic device in my house started malfunctioning, lights dimming and brightening, the television switching channels by itself, my computer making sounds like it was screaming. The supernatural interference lasted for nearly an hour, during which the creature remained motionless at Vincent's window. He huddled in his bedroom closet, clutching a baseball bat and praying to God for protection. When the electronic chaos finally stopped and silence returned, he cautiously emerged to find his front yard empty. "But it left evidence," Vincent whispered, leaning closer to me across the table. "The next morning I found handprints on my window, if you could call them handprints. The fingers were too long and there were too many of them, 7 digits on each hand, all ending in what looked like claws." Vincent showed me photographs he had taken of the mysterious prints. The images were blurry and difficult to interpret, but I could make out elongated finger shapes pressed against the glass. More disturbing were the scratches around the window frame, deep gouges in the wood that suggested incredible strength. "I called Ben Yazzie immediately," Vincent continued. "He came over that same day and performed a blessing ceremony around my entire property. He also gave me a protection bundle to carry and warned me to avoid being alone after dark." Despite Ben's intervention, Vincent continued experiencing supernatural harassment for months. He would find strange symbols drawn in the dirt around his house, hear whispers in languages he didn't recognize, and wake up to discover his belongings had been rearranged while he slept. As I compiled these accounts and others like them, a disturbing picture began to emerge. The encounters weren't random or isolated. They seemed to be part of a coordinated campaign targeting specific individuals across the reservation. Each victim had been carefully selected and studied before being approached by these pale, otherworldly figures. I decided to bring Jerome, Diana, and Vincent together for a group discussion, hoping that comparing their experiences might reveal additional patterns or connections. We met at a community center in Window Rock on a gray October afternoon, with storm clouds gathering on the horizon. "I've been thinking about why we were chosen," Diana said as we settled into a circle of folding chairs. "Jerome's family is known for preserving traditional stories and ceremonies. My father worked at the school and influenced young people. Vincent maintains housing for our most vulnerable community members. We all held positions of trust and responsibility." Jerome nodded grimly. "It's like something was trying to undermine the foundation of our community by targeting people who serve others. If they could break us down mentally and spiritually, they could create fear and suspicion that would spread to everyone around us." Vincent had brought along additional photographs and documents related to his ongoing harassment. The evidence was disturbing: more strange handprints, symbols carved into trees near his house, and even what appeared to be surveillance photos of him taken from impossible angles. "Look at this," Vincent said, spreading the images across a table. "These pictures were taken from at least 50 feet up in the air, but there are no buildings or towers in that area. Whatever took these photos was floating or flying." As we examined Vincent's evidence, I noticed that several symbols appeared in multiple locations, carved into wood, drawn in dirt, even scratched into the paint of his truck. When I pointed this out, Diana gasped and pulled out her phone. "I've been seeing those same symbols," she said, scrolling through her photos. "Around our house, at my workplace, Even on the bathroom mirror at the grocery store, I thought it was just random vandalism, but now the symbols were clearly not random graffiti. They formed a consistent pattern that appeared to be building toward something, a message or summoning that was being constructed piece by piece across the reservation. The implications were terrifying. "Ben Yazzie needs to see this," Jerome said, his face pale with worry. "If these things are working together on some kind of larger plan, our individual protection ceremonies might not be enough." As if summoned by our discussion, thunder rumbled overhead, and rain began pelting the community center's metal roof. The storm seemed to arrive from nowhere, transforming the gray afternoon into premature darkness. Outside the windows, lightning illuminated the landscape in stark, frightening detail. "They're stronger during storms," Vincent whispered, instinctively moving his chair away from the windows. "I've noticed that my encounters always happen when the weather is bad, heavy rain, snow, high winds, like they feed off the atmospheric chaos." As we huddled together in the community center, listening to the storm rage outside, I realized that my investigation had uncovered something far more dangerous than individual supernatural encounters. We were dealing with an organized threat that was methodically working to terrorize and destabilize the entire reservation community. The storm lasted through the night, and by morning, reports of new encounters began filtering in from across the reservation. Ben Yazzie received multiple calls from families experiencing supernatural harassment, all describing the same pale figures and mysterious symbols that we had been tracking. I arranged to meet with Ben at his home near Crystal, hoping his years of experience with traditional healing could provide insight into what we were facing. The elderly medicine man greeted me with obvious concern, his weathered face grave with worry. "These things you've been investigating," Ben said as we sat in his living room surrounded by ceremonial items and protective bundles. "They're not what most people think they are. They're not ghosts or demons from our traditional stories. They're something else entirely. Something that doesn't belong in this world." Ben explained that similar encounters had been reported decades earlier, always during periods of social upheaval or community stress. The pale figures seemed to appear when the reservation faced external threats or internal divisions, as if they were drawn to conflict and despair. "My grandfather told me about sightings during the stock reduction period in the 1930s, Ben continued. "Families were forced to slaughter their livestock, children were taken to boarding schools, and our people felt hopeless and abandoned. That's when these creatures first appeared in significant numbers. According to Ben, the entities weren't content to simply frighten their victims. They seemed to feed off psychological trauma, deliberately targeting individuals who served as pillars of community strength. By breaking down respected leaders, healers, and caretakers, they could create ripple effects that damaged entire extended families and social networks. "The symbols you've been finding," Ben said, producing a leather journal filled with hand-drawn sketches, "they're not from any Native American tradition I know. They look more like European occultism, or perhaps something even older. Someone or something is using knowledge from outside our culture to attack us." Ben's journal contained detailed documentation of previous encounters spanning several decades. The accounts were remarkably consistent. Tall, pale figures with inhuman features who possessed intimate knowledge of their victims' personal lives and psychological vulnerabilities. "What worries me most," Ben admitted, "is that the encounters are becoming more frequent and more aggressive. In the past, these things would appear, terrorize someone for a few weeks, then disappear. But now they seem to be establishing a permanent presence." As if to emphasize his point, Ben's phone rang with another report. A family in Chinle had awakened to find their front door standing open and muddy footprints throughout their house, prints that matched the elongated, clawed impressions Vincent had photographed. "We need to organize a community-wide protection ceremony," Ben said after hanging up. "Individual healings aren't enough anymore. If these entities are working together, we need to respond collectively." I left Ben's house that afternoon with a deeper understanding of the threat we faced, but also with a growing sense of urgency. The pale figures weren't just random supernatural predators. They represented an organized invasion that threatened the spiritual and psychological foundation of the entire reservation community. As I drove home through the desert landscape, I found myself checking my rearview mirror constantly. half expecting to see those familiar red eyes keeping pace with my vehicle. The investigation that had begun with simple curiosity about local folklore had evolved into something far more serious, a documentation of an ongoing spiritual war for the soul of the Navajo Nation. That night, I began writing down everything I had learned, determined to preserve these accounts before my own encounter inevitably arrived. Because after months of investigating these phenomena, I had come to realize an uncomfortable truth. No one who dug too deeply into this mystery remained untouched by it forever. The Pale Watchers had taken notice of my activities, and somewhere in the vast darkness of the reservation, they were preparing to pay me a visit of their own. I could only hope that when that moment came, I would possess the courage and spiritual protection necessary to survive what Jerome, Diana, Vincent, and countless others had endured. The desert night pressed against my windows as I wrote, and every shifting shadow made me wonder if pale eyes were already watching, waiting for the perfect moment to step out of the darkness and into my life. The summer of 2018 brought with it a decision that would haunt my family forever. After months of planning, we finally committed to a week-long retreat in the wilderness surrounding Yellowstone National Park. The rental cabin sat isolated on 40 acres of dense pine forest, 3 miles from the nearest neighbor and 5 miles from any paved road. As an 18-year-old who spent most days buried in horror novels and true crime documentaries, I welcomed the chance to disconnect from civilization and immerse myself in the kind of atmospheric solitude that fueled my imagination. Our silver SUV churned up clouds of dust as we navigated the winding dirt road that led to our temporary home. My parents, both city professionals desperate for respite from their demanding careers, chatted excitedly about hiking trails and wildlife photography opportunities. My 15-year-old sister Belle pressed her face against the rear window, watching the towering evergreens close in around us like the walls of a natural cathedral. The deeper we traveled into the forest, the more the afternoon sunlight struggled to penetrate the canopy above, casting everything in a perpetual twilight that made me shiver despite the warm August air. When the cabin finally emerged from the tree line, I felt a mixture of anticipation and unease wash over me. The structure itself appeared solid enough. Rough-hewn logs weathered to a deep brown, green metal roof, wide front porch with sturdy railings. But something about its positioning troubled me. The building sat in a natural depression, surrounded on 3 sides by forest so thick I couldn't see more than 20 feet into the undergrowth. The 4th side opened onto a small meadow that stretched perhaps 50 yards before disappearing into more trees. It felt less like a peaceful retreat, and more like being at the bottom of a well, watched by countless unseen eyes. The cabin's caretaker materialized from the shadows of the porch before we'd even finished unloading our luggage. Jeremiah Moss moved with the careful gait of a man whose joints had been worn down by decades of hard labor. His weathered face bore the deep lines and permanent squint of someone who'd spent a lifetime outdoors, and his pale gray eyes held a wariness that immediately put me on edge. After perfunctory introductions, he led us through the cabin's interior, pointing out the wood-burning stove, the hand-pumped well water, and the propane-powered refrigerator with the enthusiasm of a funeral director showing off caskets. The interior felt cramped despite its open floor plan. Dark wood paneling absorbed what little light filtered through the small windows, and the air carried the musty scent of old wool and something else I couldn't identify, something organic and slightly rotten. 2 bedrooms flanked a central living area, dominated by a massive stone fireplace. Belle and I would share the smaller room, while our parents took the master bedroom. Both rooms had windows facing the forest, though heavy curtains hung across each one like closed eyelids. As Jeremiah pocketed the week's rental fee, he paused at the front door and turned back to face us with an expression I couldn't quite read. His voice dropped to barely above a whisper when he spoke. "Folks, I feel obligated to mention something about this property. These woods have a way of playing tricks on the mind, especially after dark. Strange sounds carry on the wind, and shadows move in ways they shouldn't. I'm not saying you need to worry, but I strongly recommend keeping the doors locked and the curtains drawn once the sun goes down. Some things are better left unseen." My father forced a laugh that sounded too loud in the confined space. Well, Jeremiah, we're city people, but I think we can handle a few wild animals and wind in the trees. The old man's eyes lingered on each of us in turn, his gaze settling last on Belle. Wild animals, yes, sir. But there are other things in these woods that defy easy explanation. Things that have been here since long before any of us, and will remain long after we're gone. Just remember what I said about staying inside after sunset. With that cryptic warning hanging in the air like smoke, Jeremiah shuffled out the front door, leaving the four of us standing in uncomfortable silence. My mother attempted to break the tension with forced cheerfulness, suggesting we unpack and settle in before dinner. But I noticed how she kept glancing toward the windows, and how my father tested the door locks twice before joining us in arranging our belongings. The first few hours in the cabin passed peacefully enough. We distributed our clothes and personal items throughout the available space, started a fire in the stone hearth, and prepared a simple meal using the cabin's well-stocked kitchen. As afternoon melted into early evening, I claimed a corner of the living room and cracked open a paperback novel while my family played cards at the rustic dining table. The crackling fire and the gentle murmur of conversation created a false sense of security that I desperately wanted to believe in. But as the shadows outside grew longer and darker, an oppressive weight seemed to settle over the cabin. Our voices gradually became more subdued, our laughter more forced. Belle kept glancing toward the curtained windows as if expecting to see something peering back at her. My parents maintained their casual demeanor, but I caught them exchanging meaningful looks when they thought we weren't watching. Even the fire seemed to burn differently as night approached, the flames dancing in erratic patterns that cast shifting shadows across the rough-hewn walls. When full darkness finally claimed the forest, the transformation was immediate and unsettling. The ordinary sounds of the wilderness, chirping insects, rustling leaves, distant animal calls, seemed to fade into an unnatural quiet. The silence pressed against the cabin walls like a living thing, broken only by the occasional groan of settling timber and the whisper of wind through the trees. I found myself straining to hear beyond that oppressive hush, my imagination filling the void with threats that reason insisted couldn't exist. Belle was the first to crack under the mounting tension. During what should have been a light-hearted game of 20 questions, she suddenly set down her cards and announced she was going to bed. Her voice carried a tremor I'd never heard before, and her hand shook slightly as she gathered her things. I watched her retreat to our shared bedroom, noting how she kept her eyes averted from the windows as she moved through the living room. My parents followed suit shortly after, claiming exhaustion from the long drive despite the early hour. Their goodnights sounded strained, and I noticed my father checking the front door lock one final time before disappearing into their room. Within minutes, I found myself alone in the main living area, the fire reduced to glowing embers and the shadows growing deeper with each passing moment. I tried to continue reading, but the words seemed to swim on the page, my concentration shattered by a growing sense of unease. Every small sound, the settling of the roof, the whisper of wind through the eaves, the distant snap of a twig in the forest, sent jolts of adrenaline through my system. I told myself it was simply the adjustment to a new environment, the natural nervousness that came with being isolated in unfamiliar territory. But deep down, I knew something was fundamentally wrong with this place. The first real sign of trouble came around 10 o'clock, when a sound unlike anything I'd ever heard drifted through the forest night. It started as a low moan, almost human but not quite, rising and falling in a rhythm that seemed deliberately controlled. The sound swelled and faded, like some massive creature breathing in the darkness beyond our walls. My skin erupted in goosebumps as the haunting cry echoed between the trees, seeming to come from multiple directions at once. I set my book aside and moved toward the front window, my hand reaching for the curtain before Jeremiah's warning stopped me cold. The smart thing would be to leave the fabric barrier in place, to remain hidden behind our walls of wood and glass and pretend that nothing existed beyond them. But curiosity and a perverse need to know what we were facing drove me to part the heavy material just enough to peer outside. The view revealed nothing but impenetrable darkness. The moon hung new and lightless in the sky, offering no illumination to penetrate the forest depths. Yet something in that black void seemed to pulse with malevolent awareness, as if invisible eyes were tracking my every movement from the shadows. The moaning cry rose again, closer this time, and I let the curtain fall back into place with trembling fingers. Sleep proved impossible that first night. I lay in the narrow bed, listening to Belle's steady breathing beside me while my mind raced with increasingly dark possibilities. The strange moaning calls continued sporadically throughout the night, sometimes distant and ethereal, other times so close they seemed to emanate from just outside our bedroom window. Each new cry sent fresh waves of terror through my body, my muscles tensing as primal instincts screamed warnings about predators in the darkness. Around 2 in the morning, the temperature inside the cabin seemed to drop 20 degrees in the span of seconds. My breath began to mist in the suddenly frigid air, and frost started forming on the inside of the windows despite the warm August night. Belle stirred restlessly beside me, pulling her blanket tighter around her shoulders while still remaining trapped in fitful sleep. I grabbed an extra comforter from the foot of the bed and wrapped it around my shivering form, but the cold seemed to penetrate deeper than mere fabric could reach. The moaning calls outside grew more frequent and more urgent, as if whatever made them was working itself into a frenzy. Multiple voices joined the hellish choir, creating a symphony of anguish that raised every hair on my body. I pressed my hands over my ears, trying to block out the soul-chilling sounds, but they seemed to bypass my physical senses entirely and resonate directly in my bones. That's when Belle began to change. At first, I thought she was simply having a nightmare. Her breathing became shallow and rapid, and her body twitched beneath the covers like a dreaming dog. But then she sat up abruptly, her eyes wide open and reflecting what little starlight filtered through the curtains. She stared straight ahead with an expression of absolute emptiness, as if her consciousness had fled and left only an animate shell behind. "Belle?" I whispered, my voice barely audible over the continuing wails from outside. She gave no indication of hearing me. Her blank gaze remained fixed on some invisible point across the room while her chest rose and fell in the measured rhythm of deep meditation. I called her name again, louder this time, but she might as well have been carved from stone for all the response I received. The moaning outside reached a crescendo that made the cabin walls vibrate like a tuning fork. Belle's head turned toward the curtained window with mechanical precision, her neck rotating far enough that vertebrae popped audibly in the silence. Her lips parted slightly, and for a heart-stopping moment I thought she might add her voice to the chorus of torment echoing through the forest. Instead, she rose from the bed with fluid, unnatural grace and glided toward the window. Her bare feet made no sound against the wooden floor, and her arms hung motionless at her sides like those of a marionette whose strings had been cut. I scrambled out of my own bed and followed her, terror and protective instinct warring in my chest. "Belle, stop," I hissed, grabbing her shoulder. Her skin felt like ice beneath my palm, so cold it burned my fingers on contact. She continued moving toward the window, as if my touch meant nothing, as if I didn't exist. When she reached the heavy curtains, her hand rose with the same mechanical precision and grasped the fabric edge. I lunged forward and caught her wrist, just as she began to pull the curtain aside. Her flesh felt corpse cold, and her pulse beat with the slow, distant rhythm of hibernation. Through the thin barrier of cloth, shadows moved against the glass, shapes that defied the laws of physics and anatomy, writhing and flowing like liquid darkness given form. "Don't look," I begged, though I wasn't sure if I was pleading with my sister or with whatever malevolent force had claimed her. "Please, Belle, don't look outside." For an eternal moment we struggled in absolute silence, her inhuman strength surprising me as she fought to expose the window. The shadows beyond the glass pressed closer, their movements becoming more agitated as if sensing their moment of triumph approaching. The moaning calls reached a fever pitch that made my teeth ache and my vision blur around the edges. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, the assault ended. The cries cut off as if severed by a blade, and the oppressive cold lifted like fog before sunrise. Belle's body went limp in my arms, her normal body temperature returning in a rush that left her gasping and disoriented. She blinked rapidly, confusion replacing the vacant stare that had terrified me moments before. "What happened?" she mumbled, her voice thick with exhaustion. "Why am I standing up?" I guided her back to bed without answering, my hands still shaking from the encounter. Outside, the normal sounds of the night slowly returned, crickets chirping, leaves rustling in the breeze, the distant hoot of an owl. But the memory of those shadow shapes pressed against our window lingered in my mind like a stain that no amount of rationalization could wash away. Morning brought with it a deceptive sense of normalcy that I desperately wanted to embrace. Sunlight streamed through the curtains, painting golden rectangles across the wooden floor and banishing the oppressive shadows that had haunted our first night. Belle woke with no memory of her midnight episode, chattering about plans for hiking and exploring the surrounding forest as if nothing had happened. My parents emerged from their bedroom looking refreshed and eager to begin their vacation activities. But I couldn't shake the memory of my sister's cold flesh and vacant stare, or the writhing shapes that had pressed themselves against our window. Over breakfast, I found myself studying Belle's face for any lingering signs of the previous night's possession, searching her eyes for traces of that terrifying emptiness. She seemed completely normal, cheerful, energetic, utterly human, yet I couldn't dispel the certainty that something fundamental had changed. My attempts to broach the subject of the previous night's events met with blank stares and nervous laughter. When I mentioned the strange calls echoing through the forest, my father suggested they'd been coyotes or wolves adapting their vocalizations to the acoustics of the valley. My mother proposed that the sudden temperature drop had been caused by a weather front moving through the area. Belle insisted she'd slept deeply and dreamlessly, with no recollection of getting up or moving around. Their rational explanations should have comforted me, but instead they heightened my sense of isolation. I was the only one who had witnessed the true horror of what transpired, the only one who understood that we were not alone in these woods. The weight of that knowledge pressed down on me like a physical burden, making it difficult to breathe and impossible to relax. After breakfast, I announced my intention to explore the surrounding area, hoping that daylight reconnaissance might reveal some rational explanation for the previous night's terror. My family decided to drive into the nearest town for supplies, leaving me alone with the vast wilderness that surrounded our temporary home. I armed myself with a hiking stick, a water bottle, and a camera, then set off into the forest with the determined stride of someone trying to convince himself he wasn't afraid. The woods in daylight proved to be an entirely different realm from the nightmare landscape of the previous evening. Shafts of golden sunlight pierced the canopy overhead, illuminating a carpet of pine needles and fallen leaves that crunched pleasantly underfoot. Birds called from hidden perches among the branches, and small creatures rustled through the undergrowth with perfectly ordinary forest sounds. The air smelled of resin and earth and growing things, a clean scent that filled my lungs and seemed to wash away some of the lingering dread. I followed what appeared to be a game trail deeper into the forest, my confidence growing with each step. Whatever had terrorized us the night before seemed to have retreated with the sunrise, leaving behind only the peaceful wilderness that my family had expected to find. Perhaps my father was right about coyotes and acoustic tricks. Perhaps my mother's weather front explanation could account for the sudden temperature change. Perhaps Belle really had been sleepwalking, and my overwrought imagination had filled in the supernatural details. But then I found the trees. 2 miles from the cabin, the forest character changed dramatically. The healthy pines and spruces gave way to a grove of damaged trees that looked as if they'd survived some sort of natural disaster. Massive gashes scarred every trunk, running from ground level to heights of 15 feet or more. The wounds appeared fresh, weeping amber sap that attracted clouds of flies and filled the air with a sickly sweet odor. I approached the nearest damaged tree with growing unease, running my fingers along the jagged edges of the wounds. The marks weren't random, they followed deliberate patterns, as if something with enormous claws had methodically shredded every surface within reach. The spacing between individual gouges suggested talons of impossible size, and the depth of the cuts indicated strength far beyond any natural predator I could imagine. Moving deeper into the damaged grove, I discovered that the destruction extended much further than I'd initially realized. Hundreds of trees bore similar wounds, creating a swath of devastation that stretched for nearly half a mile in every direction. The ground beneath my feet was littered with bark fragments and wood chips, evidence of the violent force that had created such wholesale destruction. My camera clicked steadily as I documented the scene, part of me hoping that photographic evidence might convince my family that something genuinely dangerous inhabited these woods. But with each image I captured, my sense of dread deepened. The patterns carved into the trees seemed almost ritualistic in their precision, as if the damage had been inflicted with deliberate purpose rather than random animal aggression. At the heart of the devastated grove, I discovered something that made my blood freeze in my veins. A rough circle had been cleared of undergrowth, and within that space stood a collection of structures that defied rational explanation. Tall poles fashioned from stripped branches jutted up from the earth at irregular intervals, their surfaces adorned with collections of animal bones, feathers, and strips of hide that fluttered in the breeze like macabre prayer flags. In the center of the circle sat what could only be described as an altar, a flat boulder roughly the size of a dining table, its surface stained dark with substances I didn't want to identify. Around the altar's perimeter, someone had arranged smaller stones in complex geometric patterns that hurt my eyes to look at directly. The entire scene radiated an aura of ancient malevolence that made my skin crawl and my stomach churn with nausea. I circled the clearing at a safe distance, my camera documenting everything while my mind reeled with the implications. This wasn't the work of animals or natural forces. Someone or something had deliberately constructed this nightmare shrine in the heart of the wilderness. The thought of human beings creating such a place was disturbing enough, but the alternative explanations that crept into my mind were infinitely worse. Bones littered the ground around the altar, bleached white by weather and time. I recognized the skulls of deer and elk among the scattered remains, but other fragments belonged to animals I couldn't identify. Some appeared almost human in their configuration, though logic insisted that had to be a trick of perspective and shadow. I refused to examine them closely enough to confirm or deny my suspicions. The longer I remained in that accursed place, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. The normal forest sounds that had accompanied my hike fell silent, as if even the wildlife recognized the unnatural character of the clearing. The air itself seemed to thicken, making each breath an effort, and filling my lungs with the taste of copper and decay. Every instinct screamed at me to flee, to put as much distance as possible between myself and whatever evil had been nurtured in this place. But as I turned to leave, movement at the edge of my vision made me freeze. Something large and dark shifted between the trees at the clearing's perimeter, staying just out of direct sight, but making its presence unmistakably known. I stood perfectly still, afraid that any movement might trigger some sort of attack, while whatever watched me from the shadows seemed to weigh its options. After what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, the presence withdrew, leaving me alone with the twisted monuments and their grisly decorations. I backed away from the clearing with careful, measured steps, not daring to turn my back on the altar until the trees blocked it from view. Only then did I break into a run, crashing through the undergrowth with desperate urgency while branches tore at my clothes and exposed skin. I burst from the tree line and stumbled across the cabin's small meadow like a marathon runner approaching the finish line. My lungs burned with exertion, and my legs trembled from the sustained sprint through rough terrain. Behind me, the forest loomed dark and threatening despite the afternoon sunlight, its shadows seeming to reach toward me with grasping fingers that fell just short of their target. My family's SUV sat in the driveway, indicating their return from the supply run. I forced myself to walk the final 100 yards to the cabin, trying to calm my racing heart and compose my expression into something resembling normalcy. The last thing I wanted was to alarm them with wild stories about ritual sites and lurking presences, especially when I lacked any concrete evidence beyond a few photographs and my own shattered nerves. Inside, I found them unpacking groceries and discussing dinner plans with the casual ease of people who hadn't spent their morning confronting evidence of ancient evil. My mother hummed while organizing canned goods in the kitchen cabinets. My father sorted through hiking maps and trail guides with the enthusiasm of an experienced outdoorsman. Belle curled up on the living room sofa, already absorbed in one of the paperback novels she'd brought for the vacation. Their normalcy felt surreal after what I'd witnessed in the forest. I wanted to grab them all and shake them, to force them to understand that we were in terrible danger and needed to leave immediately. But looking at their relaxed faces and easy smiles, I realized how insane such a declaration would sound. They'd seen no shadow shapes at windows, witnessed no possession episodes, discovered no ritual altars decorated with bones and blood. Instead, I mumbled something about having worked up an appetite during my hike and retreated to the bathroom to clean up. In the mirror above the small sink, my reflection looked haggard and wild-eyed, with scratches across my cheek and leaves tangled in my hair. I splashed cold water on my face and tried to convince myself that fear and imagination had distorted my perceptions, that the clearing in the woods was nothing more than some eccentric artist's installation or the remnants of old hunting camps. But the photographs on my camera told a different story. As I scrolled through the images on the small LCD screen, the reality of what I'd discovered became undeniable. The damaged trees, the bone-decorated poles, the blood-stained altar, all of it captured in stark digital detail that left no room for rationalization or denial. Whatever inhabited these woods was real, it was malevolent, and it had been active for long enough to establish a permanent shrine in the forest's heart. The afternoon passed in a haze of forced normalcy as I struggled to reconcile the mundane activities of vacation life with the cosmic horror lurking just beyond our walls. We played board games, prepared dinner together, and discussed plans for the following day's activities. My family attributed my subdued mood to exhaustion from the morning's hiking, accepting my explanations without question while I wrestled with increasingly urgent impulses to confess everything. As sunset approached, the familiar tension began to settle over the cabin like a suffocating blanket. Conversations became stilted and died away into uncomfortable silences. Belle kept glancing toward the windows with poorly concealed anxiety. My parents moved through their evening routines with the mechanical precision of people trying very hard to appear normal. Even they could sense that something was fundamentally wrong with this place, though they lacked the specific knowledge that made me truly terrified of what the night might bring. I helped my father secure the cabin as darkness claimed the forest outside. We checked every lock twice, tested the latches on all the windows, and drew the heavy curtains closed with particular care. He seemed grateful for my assistance, though neither of us spoke about why such precautions felt necessary. Some truths were too dangerous to acknowledge aloud, even when they pressed against our consciousness like physical weights. The second night's assault began earlier, and with greater intensity than the first. No sooner had full darkness settled over the forest than the temperature inside the cabin plummeted to levels that made our breath visible in the lamplight. Frost crept across the windows like living ice, forming patterns that resembled twisted faces and grasping hands. The electric heater my father had brought from the car labored uselessly against the supernatural cold, its heating elements glowing cherry red while producing no noticeable warmth. The moaning calls started almost immediately, but this time they were joined by other sounds that defied classification. Scratching noises echoed from the cabin's exterior walls, as if enormous claws were testing the strength of the logs that protected us. Heavy footsteps circled the building with measured persistence, pausing at each window and door to probe for weaknesses. Most terrifying of all were the voices, human-like but wrong in fundamental ways, whispering words in languages that predated civilization. Belle's transformation happened faster this time, her consciousness fleeing her body within minutes of the paranormal assault's beginning. She rose from her bed with that same mechanical grace, her face a mask of empty serenity, while her eyes reflected depths that belonged to someone or something else entirely. I was ready for her this time, positioning myself between her and the curtained window before she could reach it. "You're not taking her again," I whispered to whatever force controlled my sister's movements. Belle's head tilted at an impossible angle, her neck rotating far beyond normal human limits while her expression remained perfectly serene. When she spoke, her voice carried harmonics that resonated in my bones and made my teeth ache with sympathetic vibration. "She sees," Belle's mouth said in words that belonged to someone else. "She knows. She will join the chorus when the time comes." I stepped closer, placing my hands on her ice-cold shoulders while struggling to maintain eye contact with those alien eyes. "Let her go. Take me instead if you need someone, but leave my sister alone." The thing wearing Belle's face smiled with predatory satisfaction. "Your devotion is noted and appreciated, but she has been chosen for specific purposes that you could never fulfill. Her mind resonates with frequencies beyond your comprehension." The scratching at the walls intensified, accompanied by impacts that shook the entire structure. Dust rained from the ceiling as something enormous struck the cabin's exterior with enough force to crack the foundation stones. The whispered voices grew louder and more insistent, chanting in rhythms that made my heart skip beats and my vision blur around the edges. Through the cacophony of supernatural assault, I heard my parents' bedroom door open. My father emerged carrying a baseball bat, his face grim with determination despite the obvious terror in his eyes. My mother followed close behind, clutching a kitchen knife that trembled in her white-knuckled grip. They took in the scene, their daughter standing vacant-eyed in my grasp while inhuman voices chanted outside our walls with the stunned acceptance of people whose worldview had just collapsed. "Dear God," my mother whispered, her free hand rising to cover her mouth in horror. "God," the thing controlling Belle repeated with amused contempt. "Your deity holds no power in this place. These woods knew darkness before your species learned to walk upright, and they will remember that darkness long after your civilization crumbles to dust." A tremendous impact struck the front door, splintering the wooden frame and bending the heavy steel hinges. Whatever was trying to get inside possessed strength that dwarfed any natural predator, and the barrier that had protected us was beginning to fail. My father raised his bat with grim determination while my mother clutched her knife like a talisman against the approaching nightmare. The assault reached its crescendo as multiple entities threw themselves against the cabin's wall simultaneously. Windows cracked under the pressure of clawed hands that scraped against the glass with nails on chalkboard shrillness. The front door bulged inward with each impact, its frame giving way splinter by splinter while the lock mechanism groaned under impossible stress. Then, just as the barriers were about to fail completely, Belle's body convulsed in my arms. Her back arched with such violence that I heard vertebrae crack, and a scream of pure agony tore from her throat. But the voice was her own, not the alien consciousness that had been speaking through her moments before. Her eyes rolled back until only the whites showed, and blood trickled from her nose and ears as whatever had possessed her was forcibly expelled. The external assault ended as abruptly as it had begun. The scratching stopped, the impacts ceased, and the whispered voices faded into merciful silence. Normal forest sounds gradually returned: crickets, owls, the rustle of wind through leaves. The supernatural cold lifted and the frost on the windows began to melt, running down the glass like tears. Belle collapsed into my arms, her body temperature returning to normal as consciousness slowly reasserted itself. She blinked up at me with confusion and pain, her voice barely a whisper when she spoke. "Something's wrong with me," she gasped, tears streaming down her cheeks. "There's something inside my head that doesn't belong there." We didn't sleep for the remainder of that night. The four of us huddled together in the living room, every light in the cabin blazing while we waited for sunrise to release us from our vigil. Belle remained conscious but fragile, clinging to my hand while fighting against whatever foreign presence had invaded her mind. My parents sat in stunned silence, their rational worldview shattered beyond repair by what they'd witnessed. As the first pale light of dawn crept across the eastern horizon, my father began loading our belongings into the SUV with grim efficiency. None of us discussed the decision to leave. It was simply understood that we couldn't spend another night in that accursed place. My mother helped Belle pack while I gathered my own possessions, pausing only to delete the photographs from my camera. Some evidence was too dangerous to preserve. The drive away from the cabin felt like emerging from a fever dream. With each mile that passed between us and the forest, the events of the previous night seemed less real, more like the product of collective hysteria than genuine supernatural encounters. My parents began constructing rational explanations: gas leaks causing hallucinations, carbon monoxide poisoning, mass food poisoning from contaminated water. Their desperate need to return the world to logical order was almost touching in its futility. But Belle and I knew better. The presence that had invaded her mind left permanent traces, subtle alterations in her thought patterns and behavior that became more apparent in the weeks following our return home. She developed an aversion to darkness that went far beyond normal nighttime anxiety, insisting on sleeping with every light in her room burning bright. She stopped eating meat entirely, claiming that the smell reminded her of things she'd rather forget. Most troubling of all, she began speaking occasionally in the alien language we'd heard whispered outside the cabin walls. The episodes were brief and she never remembered them afterward. but I recognized the same harmonics that had resonated in my bones during her possession. Whatever had touched her mind in those woods had left part of itself behind, a seed of otherness that grew stronger with each passing day. I researched everything I could find about possession, exorcism, and spiritual cleansing, but nothing I discovered offered any hope of completely removing the foreign presence. 6 months after our return, Belle's condition began to deteriorate rapidly. The alien episodes became more frequent and lasted longer each time they occurred. During her lucid moments, she spoke of visions that leaked through from some other realm. Vast cities of impossible architecture, beings of living shadow, rituals that bent reality to unthinkable purposes. She begged me to help her fight against the invasion of her mind, but I was powerless against forces that existed beyond human understanding. The end came on a winter night when Belle simply walked out of our house and disappeared into the darkness. Despite extensive searches by police and volunteers, no trace of her was ever found. But sometimes, on nights when the wind carries just the right harmonics, I hear her voice joining the chorus of whispers that echo from dark places. She's become part of whatever ancient evil inhabits those woods, her humanity subsumed into something larger and more terrible than mortal minds can comprehend. I've never spoken publicly about what really happened during our vacation, knowing that the truth would sound like the ravings of a madman. But I feel compelled to record these events, if only to warn others who might be tempted to seek solitude in those haunted woods. Some places exist outside the boundaries of our safe, rational world, and some hungers can never be satisfied by conventional prey. The entity that claimed my sister is still out there, patient and eternal, waiting for the next family seeking peace in the wilderness. It feeds on innocence and corrupts purity, turning love into a weapon against those who dare to venture into its domain. And somewhere in those dark woods, Belle's voice adds its harmony to an endless song of the damned, calling to others who might join her in that terrible choir. The cabin still stands, I'm told, offering its false promise of sanctuary to unsuspecting travelers. But those who accept its invitation will discover, as we did, that some vacations become journeys from which there is no return. The summer I turned 12, my parents decided we needed a family getaway to reconnect after my father's recent job promotion had kept him working late for months. They booked a remote log cabin in the mountains of Northern California, promising 4 days of fishing, hiking, and quality time with my grandmother, who had been feeling increasingly isolated since my grandfather's passing the previous winter. As our car wound up the narrow mountain road, towering pine trees pressed close to either side, their branches creating a canopy so thick that only scattered beams of afternoon sunlight penetrated to the forest floor. The GPS signal had died 20 minutes ago, and my mother clutched the printed directions with white knuckles as my father navigated the increasingly treacherous curves. "There it is," my grandmother announced from the passenger seat, pointing a gnarled finger toward a weathered wooden structure that emerged from the tree line like something from a nightmare. The cabin squatted in a small clearing, its dark logs stained nearly black with age and moisture. Several windows had boards nailed across them, and the wraparound porch sagged under the weight of accumulated debris and fallen branches. I felt an immediate sense of unease as the crisp mountain air hit my face when I opened the car door. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the distant sound of creaking branches and the occasional snap of twigs somewhere in the surrounding darkness of the forest. Even the birds seemed to have abandoned this place. My mother called after me as I approached the front entrance. "Timothy, sweetie, why don't you go up to your room and unpack while your father and I help Grandma get settled?" The cabin door groaned on its hinges as I pushed it open, the sound echoing through what appeared to be a spacious interior. Just inside was a large living area with a faded leather sofa positioned in front of an old television. The kitchen was connected to the main room, separated only by a wooden counter lined with 3 mismatched bar stools. Everything smelled of dust, mildew, and something else I couldn't quite identify, something organic and unsettling. I climbed the narrow staircase, each step producing an ominous groan under my weight. The upstairs hallway was dimly lit by a single bulb hanging from the ceiling, casting strange shadows on the knotty pine walls. I passed a small bathroom that reeked of stagnant water, and continued to the room at the end of the hall that would serve as my quarters for the next 4 nights. The moment I pushed open the bedroom door, I knew something was terribly wrong. The room was sparsely furnished with a twin bed, a small dresser, and a single window that looked out onto the impenetrable forest. But what immediately captured my attention was the grotesque scene in the center of the wooden floor. A rat lay there, its body partially decomposed and torn apart with savage precision. The creature's fur was matted with dried blood, and its internal organs had been pulled from its body cavity and scattered across several square feet. Flies buzzed around the remains, and the stench of decay filled my nostrils, causing my stomach to lurch violently. I bolted downstairs, nearly colliding with my father as he wheeled my grandmother's wheelchair through the front door. "Dad, there's a dead rat in my room," I practically screamed, my voice cracking with terror and disgust. My father, a practical man who prided himself on handling any situation calmly, simply shrugged. "If you're old enough to come on this trip, you're old enough to clean up a dead rodent. There's cleaning supplies under the kitchen sink." I spent the next hour scrubbing the floorboards with bleach and disinfectant, using an entire roll of paper towels to remove every trace of the gruesome scene. But even after the physical evidence was gone, I couldn't shake the image of how precisely the animal had been dismembered, as if something had been feeding on it with methodical care. By evening, the incident with the rat had begun to fade from my immediate thoughts. My mother prepared my favorite meal, macaroni and cheese with sliced hot dogs, and we gathered in the living room to eat while watching an old movie on the television. It was then that I noticed something I had somehow missed during our arrival. In the center of the living room floor, partially concealed by the area rug, was a wooden trapdoor. The hinges were rusted but appeared functional, and there was a small iron ring handle set flush with the surface. "Mom, what's this door for?" I asked, pointing to the opening in the floor. Without looking up from her dinner, she replied, "Probably access to the crawl space. These old mountain cabins need them to prevent flood damage and for maintenance access." The explanation seemed reasonable, and I pushed the discovery from my mind as we finished our meal and prepared for bed. My father had spent the drive up describing all the outdoor activities we would enjoy, fishing in the nearby lake, hiking the mountain trails, and perhaps even spotting some local wildlife. I fell asleep quickly, exhausted from the long car ride and the stress of cleaning up the dead rat. I awoke sometime after midnight to the sound of shuffling movement below me. At first I thought someone in my family might be getting a midnight snack, but as I listened more carefully, I realized the sounds were coming from beneath the floorboards rather than from the kitchen. I crept out of my room, leaving the door slightly open, and made my way to the top of the stairs. The main floor was empty, illuminated only by pale moonlight streaming through the windows. The shuffling continued, accompanied now by what sounded like scratching or scraping against wood. Against every instinct screaming at me to return to my room and lock the door, I descended the stairs and pressed my ear to the floor above the trapdoor. The sounds were definitely originating from the crawl space below, and they suggested something much larger than a rat moving around down there. My 12-year-old mind, filled with both curiosity and a foolish sense of bravery, convinced me that I could handle whatever was making the noise. I retrieved a flashlight from the kitchen drawer and quietly lifted the trapdoor, wincing as the hinges produced a soft squeal. The opening revealed a space much larger than I had anticipated. Rather than a simple crawl space, it appeared to be an extensive network of chambers and tunnels that extended far beyond the footprint of the cabin above. The air that rose from the opening was thick with the smell of decay and human waste, making me gag and cover my nose with my shirt. As I lowered myself into the darkness, my flashlight beam scattered several rats that had been feeding on unidentifiable scraps scattered across the dirt floor. But it was the structure itself that truly unnerved me. Someone had clearly been living down here. There were piles of rags and newspapers arranged like bedding, cans of food stacked against the walls, and crude tools fashioned from pieces of metal and wood. I crawled deeper into the maze-like space, following a trail of debris and animal bones that led toward what appeared to be a larger chamber ahead. The beam of my flashlight danced across the wooden support beams above my head, creating shifting patterns of light and shadow that played tricks on my eyes. In a corner, approximately 10 feet ahead of me, Something moved. I directed my flashlight toward the source of the movement, and immediately wished I hadn't. Crouched in the shadows was a human figure, but one so degraded and transformed by years of living in these conditions that it barely resembled a person anymore. The individual was emaciated to the point of appearing skeletal, with skin that had taken on a grayish pallor from lack of sunlight. Matted hair hung in clumps around a face that was barely recognizable as human, with wild eyes that reflected my flashlight beam like an animal's. The person, if that's what it still was, had apparently been living beneath this cabin for an unknown period of time, surviving on whatever small animals it could catch and whatever supplies it could scavenge. Its fingernails had grown into claw-like appendages, and its teeth, when it opened its mouth to emit a sound that was part scream and part growl, appeared to have been filed or worn down to points. For a moment that seemed to last an eternity, we stared at each other in mutual shock. Then the creature began to move toward me with surprising speed, using its elongated limbs to pull itself forward while maintaining its crouched position. The sounds it made were unlike anything I had ever heard, a combination of human vocalization and animal snarling that spoke of a mind that had long since abandoned rational thought. I turned and began crawling back toward the trapdoor as fast as my trembling limbs would carry me. Behind me I could hear the thing following, its movements accompanied by a wet breathing sound that suggested severe respiratory damage from years of living in the damp, mold-infested environment. The distance back to the trapdoor seemed impossibly far, and with each foot I covered, I could hear my pursuer gaining ground. At one point, I made the mistake of glancing back and saw elongated fingers reaching out toward my ankle, close enough that I could feel the disturbed air from its grasping motions. When I finally reached the opening, I practically launched myself through it, scrambling onto the living room floor and immediately slamming the trapdoor shut behind me. Something struck the underside of the wooden panel with tremendous force, and I threw my entire body weight on top of it to keep it closed while whatever was below clawed and pounded at the barrier. After several minutes that felt like hours, the struggling beneath the floor subsided, and I sprinted upstairs to my parents' bedroom. I pounded on their door, screaming for help, but when my father groggily emerged, he dismissed my story as the product of an overactive imagination and a nightmare brought on by the stress of being in a new place. "Timothy, you're 12 years old," he said with the exasperated tone of a parent dealing with what he perceived as childish fears. "There's nothing living under our cabin except maybe some mice. Go back to bed." No amount of pleading or description of what I had seen could convince him to investigate. I was sent back to my room where I spent the remainder of the night sitting in the corner with my back against the wall, clutching a kitchen knife I had grabbed on my way upstairs, listening for any sound that might indicate the thing had found another way into the main cabin. The following day passed in a haze of forced normalcy. We went fishing on the nearby lake, and my father was pleased when I caught a small bass on my second cast. We hiked a portion of the mountain trail system, and my grandmother seemed to enjoy being outdoors despite the difficulty of navigating her wheelchair over the rough terrain. But as evening approached and we returned to the cabin, my anxiety began to build exponentially. I couldn't eat the dinner my mother prepared, and I found myself constantly checking the trapdoor to ensure it remained securely closed. That night, I lay in bed fully clothed, the kitchen knife hidden under my pillow, and my flashlight clutched in my sweating palm. I had wedged a chair under my doorknob and positioned myself so I could see both the door and the window, though I doubted my ability to escape through the second-story opening if necessary. Around 2 a.m. I heard the unmistakable sound of the trapdoor being opened. This time, however, the creature didn't remain in the crawl space. I listened in terror as footsteps moved across the living room floor, followed by the sounds of cabinet doors being opened and closed in the kitchen. Whatever was down there had grown bold enough to explore the main cabin, perhaps looking for food or investigating the source of the noise and activity it had been hearing above its head. The footsteps began ascending the stairs, each creak of the wooden steps sending waves of panic through my body. I gripped the knife handle so tightly that my knuckles turned white, and I found myself struggling to breathe as the sounds moved down the hallway toward my room. The doorknob to my room turned slowly, but the chair I had wedged beneath it held firm. For several seconds there was silence, followed by the sound of fingernails scratching against the wooden door. Then came a sound that will haunt me for the rest of my life. A voice that was unmistakably human but distorted by years of disuse and damage, whispering my name. Timothy, Timothy, I know you're in there. How it knew my name, I couldn't comprehend. But hearing that broken voice speaking to me through the door nearly caused me to lose consciousness from terror. The scratching continued, growing more frantic, and I could see the door beginning to shake as the thing threw its weight against it. Just as I was certain the barrier would give way, I heard another door opening in the hallway, followed by my father's voice shouting, "Get away from there!" There was an ear-splitting shriek unlike anything I had ever heard, followed by the sound of shattering glass and running footsteps. I managed to remove the chair and open my door to find my father standing in the hallway holding his fishing knife, which was now stained with blood. At the end of the hall, the bathroom window had been smashed from the inside, with glass scattered across the floor and a trail of blood leading to the opening. "Dad, what was that thing?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. My father's face was pale, and his hands were shaking as he lowered the knife. "I don't know, son, but we're leaving, right now." We packed our belongings in less than 20 minutes and loaded the car in the darkness, my grandmother asking confused questions that no one answered. As we drove away from that cursed place, I looked back once to see a figure silhouetted in the broken bathroom window, watching our departure with those terrible reflecting eyes. We never spoke of what happened at the cabin, and my family has avoided wilderness vacations ever since. But sometimes, in the quiet hours before dawn, I still wake up thinking I hear scratching sounds and whispered voices calling my name from somewhere beneath the floor. If you ever find yourself in an unfamiliar place and hear sounds that don't belong, trust your instincts. Leave immediately. Some things that hide in the darkness are far worse than any nightmare your imagination could create. And some encounters leave scars that never fully heal. The creature we encountered that night was human once, I'm certain of that. But years of isolation, desperation, and madness had transformed it into something else entirely. A reminder that the most terrifying monsters are often the ones that were once just like us. The old logging road was barely visible as I hiked deeper into the forest, my boots crunching on the bed of pine needles and dead leaves. Golden shafts of late afternoon sunlight slanted down through the Douglas firs and ponderosa pines towering overhead. It was unusually quiet, with none of the typical chatter of squirrels and songbirds I was accustomed to in these woods. I adjusted my pack and quickened my pace, eager to reach the backcountry campsite before dusk fell. Several campers had been reported overdue from a trip in this remote patch of national forest land. After a decade as a ranger across 5 different states, I was no stranger to the occasional lost hiker. But something felt different this time. An eerie stillness hung over the wilderness. As I approached the campsite coordinates, I froze in my tracks. The scene in the small clearing ahead made my blood run cold. 3 tents lay collapsed and torn, camping gear strewn haphazardly across the forest floor. I dropped my pack and hurried forward, surveying the carnage. Shredded sleeping bags, a smashed lantern, food scattered everywhere, like it had been ripped out of bags in a frenzy. And blood. Dark stains splattered the torn nylon of the tents. Droplets splashed across the scattered supplies. I swallowed hard, fighting down rising nausea. I'd seen my share of grisly attacks over the years, but this was something else entirely. The destruction was complete, the campsite utterly ravaged, yet no bodies, no sign at all of the 6 campers. I searched the area, looking for tracks, any clue to explain the scene or point to where the campers had gone. But there was nothing. No blood trail leading away from the site. No footprints besides my own. Even as my mind struggled to make sense of it, that uncanny silence pressed in around me, heavy and oppressive. My heart began to pound as I noticed more unnerving details. A child's stuffed teddy bear lay abandoned near one of the ruined tents, its furry body nearly torn in two, wisps of cotton-like stuffing spilling out of savage claw marks. I picked it up with a shaking hand. Unease crept up my spine. What could have done this? What creature would attack a toy with such ferocity? Questions spun in my mind as I pulled out my radio to call this in, but only static answered. I was in a dead zone too remote for the signal to reach. I'd have to hike back out to report this. Slinging my pack back onto my shoulders, I cast one more uneasy glance around the eerie scene. Golden daylight was beginning to fade, shadows gathering between the trees. I hurried to make it out of the woods before true night fell. Just as I reached the trail, a baying howl echoed through the valley, unlike anything I'd heard before. A primal, blood-chilling sound that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I told myself it had to be a coyote or a wolf, but some ancient instinct deep in my brain screamed otherwise. I quickened my pace as true twilight fell, that unearthly howl still ringing in my ears as I plunged back into the trees. The ranger station was quiet as I arrived back late that night, the events of the day still playing over and over in my mind. I filled out an incident report and called the local authorities to organize a search and rescue operation in the morning. But I couldn't shake the sense of deep wrongness that had saturated that campsite. The feeling that I had stumbled onto something unnatural, something evil. Sleep eluded me as I tossed and turned on my cot in the ranger cabin, my mind conjuring terrible images of what could have befallen those campers. As the first pale light of dawn crept through the windows, I rose and brewed a pot of strong black coffee, trying to steel myself for the day ahead. I had just finished off my coffee when the station door banged open and John Tallwood stumped in. John was an elder of the local Umatilla tribe, a leathery, weather-beaten man with keen dark eyes. He often visited the station, sharing his deep knowledge of the area's history and ecology. But today, his lined face was set in an expression of grim foreboding. "Morning, John," I said in greeting. "Coffee?" "No time," he grunted, his voice rougher than usual. "I heard about the missing campers." I nodded wearily, rubbing a hand over my stubbled jaw. "I'm heading back out there now with a search team." "The scene, John. I've never seen anything like it. I don't have a clue yet what happened to those people." "You shouldn't go back out there," John said abruptly, his dark eyes intense. "There's something in those woods, something old and evil, something that shouldn't be disturbed." A chill crept up my spine at his ominous words. I'd always respected John's deep understanding of the land. He wasn't a man prone to exaggeration or delusions. If he was spooked by something out there, I knew I needed to listen. "What do you mean?" I asked, trying to keep my voice calm despite the fear prickling in my gut. "Do you know what happened to those campers?" John shook his head, looking more afraid than I'd ever seen him. He glanced out the cabin windows at the misty forest, then dropped his voice low, as if afraid something out there might hear. "There are ancient stories," he murmured, "going back many generations, of creatures that roamed that valley. Not animal, not human, something in between. The old ones called them the Watchers in the woods." I frowned, trying to understand. "What kind of creatures? Like Sasquatch or something?" Even to my own ears it sounded ridiculous. I didn't believe in those kinds of cryptid tall tales. "Not Sasquatch," John said sharply. "These beings, the stories say they can walk like men, but they are not men. They are something other, unnatural. And they hunt." A shudder worked through me as I remembered the state of the torn-apart camp. The shredded tents, the blood, that ungodly howling rising from the trees. "There are petroglyphs in the caves in that valley," John continued. "Warnings carved by my ancestors, passed down through the generations. Warnings about the Watchers and what happens to men who cross into their domain." John pulled a weathered leather-bound journal from inside his jacket and handed it to me. I cracked it open, the pages brittle beneath my fingers, filled with John's cramped handwriting. "I've recorded all the old tales here," he said gravely. "And the historical accounts, missing trappers, slaughtered livestock, disappearances going back over a century, all centered on that valley and the surrounding hills." I scanned the yellowed pages, my skin crawling as I read account after account of strange sightings, eerie events, and people vanishing without a trace in those woods, going back decades, even centuries. A grim history of the macabre. I looked back up at John, a cold sweat breaking out on my forehead. "If these stories are true," I said slowly, "then those campers, do you think—" John just looked at me, sorrow and something like pity in those dark, fathomless eyes. He didn't say anything. He didn't have to. I could still hear that awful howling ringing in my ears, still see the red ruin of that ravaged camp. "I have to go back," I said, my mouth dry. "I have to find out what happened to them. I can't just leave them out there." John sighed heavily, looking older than I'd ever seen him. "I know," he said, "but I'm telling you, be careful, and be ready. You're walking into something beyond the natural order, something you can't fight. The Watchers don't take kindly to trespass. You might not like what you find." With those ominous words hanging in the air, John turned and walked out, leaving me alone with just the terrible tales in that ancient journal, and the knowledge that I was about to hike back into a nightmare. The morning fog hung heavy as I made my way back up the trail with the search and rescue team, the damp chill seeping into my bones. I hadn't told the others about John's dire warnings, not wanting to spook them with ghost stories before we even knew what we were dealing with. But as we trekked deeper into the thick forest, the uncanny details began to pile up. Near the trail we found the mutilated carcasses of several deer, their bodies torn apart, entrails strewn across the bed of pine needles. It looked like a mountain lion kill, but I knew cougars rarely left that much carnage behind. They were precise killers. This bordered on sheer butchery, a frenzied kind of slaughter that set my nerves on edge. And there were other signs, more subtle, but all the more disturbing for it. Claw marks gouged into the bark of trees, too big to be from any of the usual wildlife, an eerie silence pressing in around us, even the ever-present birdsong conspicuously absent, and the shadows between the towering firs seemed to shift and seethe, even as the sun climbed higher in the sky. As we drew close to the ruined camp from the day before, I noticed something else. My compass was spinning wildly, the needle refusing to settle. I shook it, perplexed, but the anomaly persisted. Likewise, the walkie-talkie on my belt spat nothing but garbled static, even though we should have been well within range of the station by now. "What the hell is going on with the equipment?" muttered Carson, one of the other rangers, fiddling uselessly with his own malfunctioning GPS unit. I just shook my head, a cold trickle of sweat working down my back despite the chill. I was starting to wonder if there was something to those old stories after all, some kernel of truth to John's dire warnings. But it wasn't until we stepped into the clearing of the ravaged campsite that true dread settled over me like a shroud. In the stark light of day, the scene was even worse than I remembered. The churned-up dirt, the shredded tents, the dried bloodstains dark against the forest floor. "Jesus Christ," breathed Larson, another member of the team, her freckled face pale as she took in the carnage. What could have done this?" I swallowed hard past the lump in my throat. "I don't know," I admitted. "But keep your eyes peeled. Whatever it is, it might still be out there." We spread out, searching the area for any sign of the missing campers. But just like yesterday, the scene made no sense. No tracks leading away, no blood trail to suggest a wounded animal or person fleeing the destruction. It's like they had just vanished, been plucked clean out of their tents, and spirited away. I was crouched down, examining the clawed-up remains of a backpack, when Larson called out from the far side of the camp. "Ranger, over here." There was a telltale tremor of fear in her voice that made me straighten up immediately, unholstering my sidearm as I jogged over to where she stood at the edge of the tray line. "What is it?" I asked sharply, my eyes darting between the trees. "Did you find something?" Larson just pointed, her hand shaking slightly. I followed the line of her finger with my gaze and felt my heart seize up painfully in my chest. There, caught on a jagged branch, was a torn piece of blood-soaked flannel. One of the campers had been wearing a shirt in that exact red and black plaid when they set out. But it was what lay beyond the scrap of fabric that made my blood run cold. The forest floor was dotted with dark, glistening splatters, stark against the brown pine needles. More blood. And this time there was a trail leading away from the campsite and deeper into the woods, as if something had dragged a bleeding body off into the trees. My mouth went bone dry as I played my flashlight beam over the disturbing scene. I desperately wanted to believe it was just some large predator, a bear or a cougar that had attacked the camp and carried off its prey. But I knew with a sinking feeling of dread that no animal would leave a scene like this. This was something different, something malevolent. I was about to call out to the others, to tell them we needed to pull back and regroup, when a blood-curdling scream shattered the eerie forest silence. I spun around just in time to see Larson disappearing into the trees, her scream cut off abruptly, as if a hand had clamped over her mouth. Carson took off after her, shouting her name. "Larson! Larson, where are you?" I plunged into the woods after them, my heart hammering behind my ribs, that terrible sense of wrongness nearly choking me. Branches whipped at my face as I ran, searching wildly for any sign of the others, but the forest had swallowed them up like quicksand. There was no sign of Larson or Carson, just the trees pressing in close and dark, and the sound of my own ragged breathing, until another scream rang out. Carson this time, a raw, animalistic shriek of terror and pain that made every hair on my body stand on end. I crashed through the underbrush in the direction of the awful sound, praying I wouldn't be too late. But when I reached the small clearing, I stumbled to a halt, my mind reeling at the horrific sight. Carson lay crumpled against the base of a massive tree, his body bent at an unnatural angle. Dark blood painted the trunk above him in violent spatters. His head lolled at a grotesque angle, his eyes wide and staring in his too pale face, a dead face, and hunched over him, its powerful shoulders working as it cracked open his rib cage with terrible strength, was a creature that shouldn't exist, that couldn't be real. It lifted its head slowly as I stood there in shock, its muzzle dripping with black gore. Not a bear, not a cougar, but something that walked on two legs, its form hideously twisted between human and animal, some unnatural hybrid that made my mind seize with horror. Dimly, I was aware of bringing my gun up, my hands moving automatically even as my paralyzed mind tried to process the nightmare-made flesh before me. The creature rose to its full height, easily 7 feet tall, its muscles rippling beneath a coat of matted dark fur. Baleful yellow eyes met mine, and its jaws peeled back in a grimacing snarl, revealing wickedly long canines. An almost human intelligence glinted in those wild eyes. This was no mere beast. This was a predator beyond my darkest imaginings, a monster, one of the Watchers. I fired without thinking, the crack of the gunshot deafening. The bullet struck the creature square in the chest. A perfect shot, but it barely flinched. Thick, black blood welled up from the wound, matting the fur. It shook itself, a growl rumbling up from its barrel chest, and fixed me with a look of pure, insatiable hunger. Then it charged, moving faster than anything that size should move, bounding toward me on its powerful hind legs. I fired again, the bullet sparking off it. But it didn't slow. I turned to run, a scream building in my throat. But I only made it a few steps before an awful impact slammed into my back. Claws sank through my jacket, piercing my flesh. I crashed to the ground, the pain shocking the breath from my lungs. The creature was on me, crushing me into the dirt, its drool splattering hot on my neck. I could smell the metallic tang of blood, feel its fetid breath gusting over me as it lowered its muzzle toward my face. Blind animal panic consumed me. I groped wildly for my knife, my fingers closing around the hilt. With a hoarse cry, I twisted and slashed, the blade biting into the Watcher's shoulder. It reared back with a roar of pain and rage. In that split second, I rolled, staggering to my feet and tearing off through the underbrush in a mad, stumbling dash. Behind me, I could hear its furious bellows, the crashing of its bulk through the trees as it gave chase. My heart felt like it would explode, my legs pumping, thorns tearing at my skin as I plunged heedlessly through the thickets, crashing through the woods expecting at any moment to feel its hot breath on my back, its teeth in my flesh. But as I broke from the tray line into a wide clearing, I realized the sounds of pursuit had faded. The forest lay quiet and still around me. Too still, I stood gasping for air, my knees like jelly, my eyes darting around wildly as I gripped my knife in a shaking, bloody hand. As I staggered through the eerie stillness, the muted light filtering down through the skeletal branches overhead, I tried to get my bearings, but it was as if the attack had knocked all sense of direction from me. The trees all looked the same, the landscape strangely unfamiliar, even though I knew these woods like the back of my hand. It's like the valley itself had shifted, warped into some twisted shadow of itself. My foot struck something hard and unyielding, nearly sending me sprawling. Heart pounding, I looked down, playing my flashlight beam over the object. A pile of antlers rose from the dirt, stained and cracked with age. Elk antlers, by the look of them. But there were too many, a whole unnatural tangle of them, as if dozens of elk had shed their racks in the same spot season after season. No animal would do that. A soft skittering sound made me whirl, the beam of my flashlight wavering wildly. At first I saw nothing. Then my light caught a flicker of movement high up on the trunk of a massive hemlock. I traced the beam upward, my breathing shallow and fast. Claw marks, wicked gouges in the bark, far too large to be from a bear. They stretched up and up, higher than any animal should be able to reach, as if something had scaled the sheer trunk, perching in the branches above to watch, to hunt. A sob hitched in my throat as I spun away, forcing my battered body into motion again. I had to get out of these woods, away from whatever nightmare was stalking me. But as I blundered through the brush, strange details kept capturing my horrified attention. A matted clump of fur snagged on a barberry bush, far too coarse and thick to belong to any of the usual forest denizens. The splintered remains of a deer's ribcage dangling from a branch, picked clean of all flesh. And everywhere, that same oppressive sense of being watched, stalked, hunted by something beyond all natural law. I don't know how long I stumbled through that changed and haunted landscape. Minutes? Hours? Time seemed to have no meaning anymore, warped like everything else in this valley of nightmares. At some point I realized that the quality of light had changed, the forest taking on the blue shadows of oncoming dusk. My heart clenched with dread. I had to find my way out before true night fell. I couldn't survive in the dark with that thing. Those things. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm me, I caught a glimpse through the trees of something that made my stomach lurch with mingled relief and trepidation. The mouth of a cave yawned in a hillside ahead, half concealed behind the hanging veil of hemlock boughs. If I could take shelter there, I might survive until morning. Might? Heart hammering behind my ribs, I broke into a limping jog, crashing through the underbrush toward that dark promise of refuge. But as I drew closer, details began to register through my terror and exhaustion, details that made my skin crawl. The ground leading to the cave mouth was beaten bare of vegetation, compacted into a hard-packed trail by the passage of many feet, many clawed, inhuman feet. And the walls of the narrow tunnel were carved with crude, disturbing petroglyphs, the kind of primal scratchings ancient humans left to mark a place of great and terrible significance. Gouged into the stone as if by vicious talons were the crude yet unmistakable figures, tall, looming shapes that walked on two legs like men, yet bore the heads of snarling beasts. The Watchers in the Wood. John Tallwood's eerie tales crashed over me. Tales of unnatural creatures who had stalked this valley since time unremembered. Beings who could wear the skins of men when it suited them, but whose true nature was so much older, wilder, and hungrier. Looking at those jagged pictograms, I knew with sickening certainty that those tales were no mere superstitious ghost stories. They were warnings. Warnings of a horror that had endured in these hills for centuries. A horror I had now stumbled into like a fly into a spider's web. A howl split the air, far too close. The same chilling sound I had heard echoing over the ravaged campsite. Galvanized by raw terror, I darted into the cave, wedging myself into a narrow crevice in the rock wall where I could still see out through the craggy opening. The dying light painted the forest in shades of blood and shadow. That's when I saw them. Two figures moving between the trees, too tall, too fluid to be human. Even at this distance I could see the way their shoulders bunched and rippled beneath shaggy pelts, the predatory forward hunch of their spines. They paused, silhouetted against the crimson sky, and I forgot how to breathe, because in the next moment they sank to all fours and began to change, bones cracking and realigning, bodies stretching into gaunt lupine shapes that made the mind revolt. I must have made some tiny, terrified sound, even though I was trying to stay silent as the grave, because as one their heads swiveled toward me, and I had the horrifying sensation of meeting the gaze of something ancient and evil across an impossible distance. My heart seized in my chest as they swept toward me, bounding over the forest floor with terrifying speed, those loping strides devouring the distance. I scrabbled backwards deeper into the crevasse, knowing it was hopeless, that I was trapped, easy prey with nowhere to run. Then I saw them, the first unlucky campers, the ones whose remains I had been sent to find. They were there in the cave with me, their naked bodies strung up in grotesque tableaus on the rock walls, bound with crude rope woven of gut and tendon, limbs twisted at impossible angles, torsos flayed open, pale entrails spilling out in macabre garlands. Their faces were the worst, frozen in rictuses of agony and horror, eyes bulging and mouths wrenched open in silent screams. The Watchers had not just killed them but desecrated them, played with them. Bile scorched the back of my throat, but I swallowed it down, a despairing moan trying to work its way out of me. Somehow, even in my paralyzed state, my hand had found my flashlight, and I clicked it on with trembling fingers. The quavering beam illuminated the full horror of that grisly charnel house, and immediately wished I had left myself in darkness, because daubed on the stone walls in rusty, flaking brown, and the fresher crimson of newer blood, were crude drawings that told a story I could not tear my eyes from. Stick figures danced and cavorted across the rock, chasing down prey, ripping and tearing, and interspersed with the hunt were other, even more disturbing scenes, one in which dozens of smaller figures gathered around a larger one, as if in worship, another of a human form splayed out like a perverse sacrifice, belly split wide, and there, painted over and over, was the same sigil, a triangle with a bisected circle in the center, some ancient rune denoting the Watchers' foul gods. My mind tried to make sense of it, reeling under the weight of all I had seen. These creatures, whatever they were, did not hunt like mere animals. They had human intelligence, but twisted to serve bestial cruelty. And this was their den, their larder. How long had they been bringing victims here, to this dread place? How many lives had they claimed for their dark masters? The missing hikers and campers were only the latest offerings to whatever bottomless hunger drove the Watchers. I had no more time to process the horror. No more time at all. A shadow blotted out the dying red light spilling into the cave mouth. The stink of rancid fur and blood filled my nostrils. From the corner of my eye, I saw a clawed hand grope into the crevice above my head, and I unleashed the ragged scream that had been building in my chest as I stared into the glowing eyes of my doom. In the guttering beam of my flashlight, I caught the barest glimpse of the Watcher as it loomed over me, its bulk filling the cave mouth. Matted fur, hulking shoulders, a lupine head that was paradoxically, terribly, still so human. But it was the eyes that pierced me, amber eyes that glowed with a feral, destructive intelligence that had no place in this world. A huge hand tipped with blackened claws swiped at me, and I screamed again, flinging myself sideways. The Watcher's talons scored deep furrows in the stone where my head had been a heartbeat before. I scrabbled madly over the uneven ground, trying to wedge myself deeper into the narrow crevice. The beam of my flashlight danced crazily over the cave walls, over the gruesome remains of the Watcher's former victims. Frantic, near-hysterical thoughts crashed through my terror-fogged brain. I was going to die here, in this rank den of horrors, torn to pieces and strung up like a butchered deer. My eyes pecked out by ravens. They would never even find my body. The Watchers would destroy me utterly, erase me from the world like they had so many others over the years. My blood would paint these walls, just more mute decoration for the amusement of monsters. The Watcher lunged again, its broad shoulders scraping the rock as it tried to force itself into the too narrow gap after me. I could feel its breath gusting against the back of my neck, hot and moist, smell the carrion reek of its pelt. In a flash of panicked inspiration, I ripped my pack from my shoulders and flung it at the creature. It struck the Watcher square in the face, and it fell back with a startled grunt. In that split second of reprieve, I lunged out of the crevice, stumbling over the uneven floor toward the cave entrance in a blind, shambling run. But my flashlight beam fell across a second hulking shape filling the opening, and a shocked cry burst from my raw throat. There was no way out. They had me cornered like a rat in a trap. A heavy weight slammed into my back, crushing me to the dank cave floor in a puff of moldering leaves and animal bones. I felt a rib crack under the impact, a sear of agony. Then teeth clamped down on my shoulder, piercing my jacket, my skin, sinking into my flesh. I arched my back and howled, battering uselessly at the watcher's furred bulk with my one free arm. But it shook me like a dog with a rat, whirring me back and forth until I flopped like a rag doll, my vision sparkling with black. Its huge hands flipped me over onto my back, and its snarling muzzle filled my world, strings of drool spattering my face. I stared into those glowing eyes, saw the horrifying thread of human cruelty woven through the animal savagery. It knew what it was doing, knew it on some deep level that made the mind revolt. These were not mere unthinking predators. No, they were so much worse. I knew I was dead. Knew it in my blood and bones as those terrible jaws yawned wide above my face. But as the watcher shifted its weight, pinning me more securely beneath it, one of its knees come down hard on my flashlight at my hip. There was crack of breaking plastic and a startling stab of light as the damaged bulb flared brightly, a searing beam of illumination piercing the gloom of the cave. The watcher flinched back with a hiss, squinting against the sudden brightness. In a flash of desperate inspiration, I snatched up the flashlight and shone it directly into the creature's eyes. It recoiled with a guttural snarl, shaking its massive head. My eyes darted wildly, searching for a weapon, anything I could use to defend myself. They fell on a large flat stone near my hand, and without thinking, I hefted it and brought it down with all my fading strength on the watcher's skull. I felt bone crunch wetly under the impact. Black blood sheeted down the creature's face, matting its fur, but still it did not release me. Its lips skinned back from its teeth, and it lunged for my throat, murder in its eyes. But in that instant, its mate charged in with a roar, bowling the wounded watcher off me and standing possessively over my supine body, asserting its claim to the kill. The injured watcher struggled to its feet and squared off against its packmate, rumbling a warning deep in its throat. Even through the pain and fear, my stunned mind managed to process what I was seeing. These creatures, whatever they were bound by some twisted pack hierarchy, like wolves, yet horribly perversely sapient. That uncannily human cognizance was there in the way they postured aggressively at each other, neither willing to cede their prize, me. It was the only chance I would get, and I seized it. In one burst of wild, adrenaline-fueled speed, I rolled to my feet and sprinted desperately for the cave mouth. The watcher's furious howls echoed off the stone behind me. The ground shuddered under the impact of their powerful strides giving chase. Slobber-slick jaws snapped at my heels as I hurtled out into the waiting arms of the night. Somehow, my battered body carried me into the pitch dark of the forest. I crashed blindly through the underbrush, not knowing where I was going, my breath sobbing in my throat, and my pulse a deafening drum in my ears. Branches slapped my face, leaving hot streaks of pain, but I felt none of it. My entire world had narrowed to the all-consuming need to escape, to survive. Behind me, I could hear the watchers crashing through the trees, could feel the vibrations of their relentless pursuit through the soles of my feet. It was only a matter of time before they overtook me, before they dragged me down and ripped the life from my broken body. But still, I ran, unwilling to simply lie down and let death take me. Miraculously, unbelievably, I saw lights glimmering through the trees ahead, flashlight beams dancing over the knotted trunks and carpets of leaves, heard raised voices calling out in the darkness, hollering my name. The rest of the search party, coming to look for me. "I'm here," I tried to scream, but all that came out was a strangled croak. I flung myself forward with one last burst of desperate speed, broke through the tree line onto the logging road where the other rangers were gathered, their faces pale and strained in the dancing beams of their flashlights. I collapsed into their arms, my final reserves of strength giving out at last. Gasping garbled warnings, please. They caught me as I fell, lowered me to the ground, their faces swimming above me in the wavering light. I could feel hands on me trying to staunch the flow of blood from the deep gouges in my flesh, voices rising in consternation as they took in the extent of my injuries. But I barely registered any of it, because there, at the edge of the dark woods, I could see twin pairs of glowing amber eyes, staring, watching. The watchers paced back and forth just beyond the reach of the light, growling their frustration. They knew they had lost their prey. This time, I faded in and out after that, as the other rangers carried me out of those cursed woods. I remember disjointed fragments, the jolt and sway of a stretcher beneath me, the wail of sirens, the sting of needles in my skin, the stark white glare of hospital lights and the babble of doctors talking over me in low, urgent tones, but always, playing behind my eyelids in an endless loop of nightmare. The Watchers, their dead eyes, their grasping claws, their hulking shadows falling over me. They followed me into my dreams, even drugged to the gills in my hospital bed. I would jerk awake screaming, my skin clammy with fear sweats, expecting to see them crouched in the corner of my room, lips peeled back from razor fangs. The doctors said I was lucky to be alive. Said an animal attack of that severity should have killed me. But they didn't understand. None of them could understand the sheer mind-breaking horror of what I had witnessed. The police and rangers went back out to that damned valley to retrieve the bodies of my friends, following the rough coordinates I had gasped out between morphine drips and panic attacks. But of course they found nothing. No bodies, no den of horrors in the cave. It's like the Watchers had wiped the forest clean of any trace of their presence, like they'd never been there at all. I tried to tell people, tried to warn them about what was really out there, stalking the shadowed places. But I saw the way their faces closed off, the way they exchanged looks when they thought I couldn't see. They thought I was crazy, traumatized, just another babbling lunatic SPO. I was released from the hospital after a week, my physical wounds well on their way to healing, even if my mind was still in tatters. The Rangers put me on indefinite leave, promising that my job would be waiting for me when I was ready to come back, if I was ever ready to come back. But I couldn't let it go. Couldn't just languish in that purgatory of fear and doubt, going through the motions of my old life as if the horrors I had witnessed had been nothing more than a fever dream. I had to know the truth, had to understand what the Watchers were and where they had come from. I owed that much to Larson and Carson. I couldn't let their deaths be in vain. So I threw myself into research with the single-minded focus of the possessed. I scoured historical records and newspaper archives, combed through folklore collections and ancient bestiaries. Everywhere I looked, I found more stories, more accounts that matched the grim details of my own experience far too closely to be mere coincidence. A journal entry from a fur trapper in the 1820s described a nightmarish encounter with a creature that walked like a man but ran on all fours like a wolf, its eyes glinting with preternatural malevolence. A faded newspaper article from the 1950s told of a string of gruesome murders in the deep woods, victims found hanging eyeless and gutted from the trees, their screams still echoing in the night. And in crumbling tomes of myth and legend, I found whispered hints of an ancient evil that had stalked the shadowed places since the dawn of humankind. Beings that wore the skins of beasts but possessed the cruel cunning of men, neither animal nor human but some blasphemous mingling of the two. They were called by many names in many tongues: the Wargus, the Cynocephali, the Kynocephaloi, the dog-headed men, the Watchers in the wood. The lore spoke of dark rites practiced beneath the waning moon, of blood sacrifice and depraved worship to beings from beyond the stars. It whispered of a race of shapeshifters who could walk unseen among humanity, sowing chaos and reaping terror, creatures who viewed mankind as little more than cattle to be culled. The rational part of my mind rebelled against the sheer lunatic implausibility of it all. But in my heart, I knew it was true. I had seen the Watchers with my own eyes, felt the unnatural heat of their breath on my face, the cruel bite of their fangs in my flesh. They were real, and they were still out there, still hunting. Armed with this terrible knowledge, I tried one last time to warn the authorities, to make them understand the true nature of the threat that lurked in the wilderness. But I saw the way their eyes slid to the scars on my face, my neck, as I spoke, saw the pity and concern writ plain on their faces. They thought my experience had unhinged me, that I was seeing monsters where there were none. In the end, I stopped trying to convince them. Let them believe what they wanted. I knew I could never rest until I had done everything in my power to end the Watchers' reign of terror. I had looked into the abyss, and it had looked back. There could be no peace for me while those soulless things still walked the earth. So I made my preparations, studied my enemy, learned their ways, And when the moon waned to a sliver in the starry sky, I ventured back into that valley of nightmares. My heart leaden in my chest, but my purpose clear. I would hunt the hunters, confront the darkness on its own ground, and God's help me, I would send those bastards back to hell where they belonged, even if I had to follow them down into the abyss to do it. The night closed in around me as I hiked through the whispering trees, their leaves muttering secrets in a language only the darkness understood. An owl hooted mournfully in the distance, an omen of ill portent. But I pressed on, my senses straining, the hairs prickling on the back of my neck. I knew they were out there, watching, the watchers. Their presence hung over the brooding forest like a shroud, the psychic stench of their malevolence thickening the air. But I forced down my fear, gripped the hilt of the silver knife at my hip tighter. I had forged it myself, etched it with runes of warding and protection gleaned from those moldering grimoires. It was the only thing I had found that might give me a fighting chance against those abominations. Time blurred, reality hazing at the edges as I stalked deeper into the Watcher's domain. The night pressed in tight and airless, and I felt the weight of unseen eyes on me, tracking me. The back of my neck crawled with the sensation of being hunted through the ebon woods, the Watcher's woods. An unearthly howl shattered the stillness, rising to a chilling crescendo, and another, hunting cries, the eager voices of the pack scenting prey. My blood turned to ice in my veins. They had found me. I broke into a run, crashing mindlessly through the tangled undergrowth as the keep of the hunt rose behind me. Closer, closer, the guttural baying dopplering through the trees, shot through with a hellish, sapient glee. They were toying with me, savoring my terror as they closed in for the kill. I burst into a clearing and whirled to face my pursuers, my knife flashing sickly in the moonlight. The Watchers prowled out of the tree line, amber eyes aglow, lips peeled back from glistening fangs. Gods, there were so many of them, a dozen at least, maybe more, their furred, hulking bodies bristling as they paced back and forth, hemming me in, cutting off my escape. One of them stepped forward, looming tall on its hind legs. Its eyes glittered with a predatory, alien intelligence as it surveyed me, and I knew with sick certainty that it was the Alpha, the pack leader. It must have outweighed me 3 times over, its sinewy bulk rippling beneath its matted pelt. I saw the ropes of drool dangling from its lolling tongue, the wicked curve of its claws. It was death incarnate. My breath sawed in my lungs as I raised the silver blade in a pitiful last show of defiance. At the sight of the moon-washed metal, the Watchers stirred and growled, betraying a sliver of what might have been uncertainty. I seized on that flicker of hesitation and charged with a wordless cry. The Alpha met me head-on, a tidal wave of fur and fang and fury. We crashed together and went tumbling to the loamy earth, kicking and clawing. I felt the slash of talons across my ribs, the crunch of bone. Agony blazed through my body. But still I fought, slashing at my foe with the silver knife, opening great gouts of blackish blood. The Watcher howled, more enraged than hurt, and redoubled its assault. But I lost myself in the red haze of battle, hacking and slashing as the two of us rolled back and forth in a morass of gore. I knew I couldn't last long. Already my strength was failing, my vision sparking out at the edges. But by God, I would make the beast pay for every drop of my blood in kind. I didn't see the blow that finally felled me, only felt the crack of my skull hitting stone, the world smearing sideways into darkness. In a blink, the Watcher was on me, pinning me to the ground, its foul breath gusting over my face. I lay there dazed and broken, tasting blood in my mouth, as the creature raised one great taloned hand for the killing stroke. The end had come. But as I stared my death in its pitiless, glowing eyes, I felt a curious sense of peace settle over me. I had fought the good fight, done what I could to rid the world of this evil, even if it had proven too great for me in the end. There was an honor in that, a victory of spirit if not of flesh. I bared my teeth up at my destroyer, in one last defiant snarl, daring it to finish me and be damned. But the blow never fell. The Watcher paused, its head tilting to one side as it studied my ruined face. Its nostrils flared, scenting the air, and its eyes narrowed as if in recognition. A shiver worked through its huge body, its muscles clenching and rolling beneath its skin. And then, to my slack-jawed disbelief, it backed off me, drew away, melting back into the shadows of the trees, the rest of the pack following suit with whines of confusion. Within moments they had vanished into the gloom as if they had never been, leaving me lying there in the blood-spattered dirt, my mind reeling. I struggled to sit up, gasping at the flash of pain in my savage side. I couldn't understand it. The Watcher had had me dead to rights. I had seen my own death reflecting back at me from behind its eyes. So why had it spared me? It wasn't until later, after I had dragged myself out of those woods and back to some semblance of civilization, that the pieces fell into place. When I stared into the mirror, taking stock of my battered body, and noticed the change that had come over me, my eyes, dear God, my eyes. They glowed a familiar, baleful amber in the shadows. The same febrile, primal hue I knew all too well from my nightmares. I remembered then with dawning horror the bite I had taken during my first hellish encounter with the Watchers. Recalled the burn of infection that had seared through my blood in the days following, the strange, unsettling changes that had crept over my mind and flesh, the way my senses had grown sharper, my wounds knitting with preternatural speed, the way I had felt less and less human by the day. The knowledge crashed over me then, buckling my knees with its awful weight. The Watchers, the bite, it hadn't just scarred me, it had contaminated me, polluted me with its same unclean essence, corrupted me on a genetic level, warping me into something that was no longer wholly human. I was infected, becoming, and the Watchers had sensed that, out there in the woods, sensed the change taking hold, smelled their own foul blood in my veins. That's why the Alpha had stayed its claws at the very last, why it had let me live. Because I belonged to them now, to the pack. The room spun around me, the walls pressing in like a tomb. I sank to the cold tile floor, a howl of despair building in my throat, bleak and ravaged. It burst out of me in a raw, animalistic cry, reverberating off the bathroom acoustics. But there, threaded through that wordless anguish, was a keening note of terrible hunger, of bloodlust. I heard it, recognized it for what it was, and laughed. A jagged, fractured sound, sharp enough to cut, because what else could I do in the face of such a cruel cosmic joke, such a twisted irony? I had set out to destroy the monsters, only to become one myself. In the mirror, a pair of feral, amber eyes stared back at me, dancing with mad mirth. The eyes of the beast, the eyes of a Watcher. I fled into the wilderness after that, driven by my despair and the horrible clawing need gnawing at my insides. Embraced the monstrosity growing in my flesh, succumbing to the curse twisting me into something less than human. Out there, far from civilization, I could give in to the change without fear of harming anyone else, could sate the hunger, the bloodlust, stalking the lonely places like the beast I had become. But even then, in the depths of my damnation, some stubborn sliver of my humanity held on, refused to let me surrender completely to the animal urges subsuming my mind. Somehow, I clung to some ragged sense of purpose, warped though it was. I would use this affliction, this unholy power, to continue the fight against the Watchers, to prey upon the predators, hunting the creatures that had destroyed my life and the lives of so many others. For years I waged my solitary, twilight war in the shadows beneath the trees, became a monster to fight monsters. At times I nearly lost myself to the seductive call of the kill, the dark glory of the hunt, but always I pulled back from that precipice at the last instant, remembering the man I had once been, until the night I found the campers. A pair of young hikers, their tent shredded, their fire scattered. They cringed from me when I approached, stinking of terror, seeing only a blood-drenched beast looming out of the darkness. I knew that fear, knew it all too well, but I had no time to gentle them, to explain what I was and why I was there. Because I smelled them on the wind. The Watchers. My nostrils flared, my sharpened senses unraveling the spoor of musk and old blood. Those soulless fiends had marked these kids for death, just like all the other victims whose dismembered remains I had stumbled across over the years, remains I had grimly burned, denying the Watchers their tainted sacrament. But tonight would be different. Tonight, I was here, And God's help me, I wouldn't let these two suffer the same fate as those other poor bastards. The pack was bigger this time, nearly 24 strong, their eyes glinting with malicious cunning in the moonlight. They must have caught my scent, because they didn't attack straight away like I'd seen them do before. Instead, they fanned out, trying to encircle us, cut off every avenue of escape. Saliva flooded my mouth, my pulse pounding in my temples as I scented their rank musk. My curse curdled in my veins, responding to the presence of the beasts that had infected me. I could feel the change trying to take hold, the beast struggling to break free, but I pushed it down, clamping my jaws shut on a howl. Drew upon every shred of discipline and self-control I had left, the lessons hard-earned over the years of living with this marrow-deep corruption. I wouldn't surrender to it. Not now, not yet. The campers huddled behind me, shaking like the last leaves of autumn. I could smell the acrid reek of their urine, their mortal fear. They thought I was one of the things hunting them, some strange alpha competing for the privilege of the kill, if they only knew the truth. "Stay behind me," I snarled, my voice guttural and thick around my swollen tongue. "And when you see an opening, run like hell and don't look back." I didn't wait for a response. With a howl of challenge, I hurtled across the glade toward the watchers. The pack leader rose up to meet me, a rippling mass of fur and sinew. We crashed together fang to fang, an explosion of animal fury. The world narrowed down to the snap of teeth and the slick rend of flesh. We rolled across the broken earth in a snarling, slavering tangle, gouged and clawed, each of us fighting for dominance. I felt my ribs crack, hot blood slicking my muzzle, dug my claws into the watcher's throat, seeking the pulsing jugular, tore at it, savaging, worrying, until the creature spasmed and bucked beneath me. But even as I crouched over my slain foe, my sides heaving, I knew it wasn't over. The rest of the pack was still out there, circling, waiting for their opening. I saw their shadows flit through the trees, heard the harsh rasp of their breathing. I risked a glance behind me and glimpsed the campers' pale, staring faces through the underbrush. They hadn't fled, the fools, just crouched there in the scrub, paralyzed with terror, half out of their minds with the horrors they had seen. A fresh surge of desperation shot through me. They were dead if they stayed here. Dead or worse. I had to make them understand. I opened my mouth to snarl another command, to shock them into action. But my voice caught in my throat, my tongue cleaving to the roof of my mouth. Because in that split second, in the clarity of the kill, I felt the shackles of the beast slip my mind completely for the first time in years. Felt the last mist of the curse lift from my brain like a veil. God help me, I was human again. Or as close as I was likely ever going to get, with the blood of monsters humming through my veins. But with that humanity came memory, came the crushing weight of guilt and grief for all that I had done, all that I had become, for the man that I had been, now lost forever to the teeth of this unholy. The knowledge crashed over me like a wave, threatening to sweep me under. But I couldn't afford to drown in it. Not now. Not with innocent lives hanging in the balance. I shook my head savagely, wrestling my mind back from the precipice. Later, there would be time enough later to reckon with my sins, assuming I survived this night. Drawing upon the last raw dregs of my strength, I heaved myself to my feet, stepped forward to place my body between the watchers and their prey, the campers I had saved, the ones I had bled to protect. "Go," I growled, low and deadly. "Get out of here while you still can." I heard them scramble to their feet behind me, the crackling of brush and dead leaves. The watchers heard it too, their ears swiveled forward, their eyes flashing with renewed bloodlust. A low, eager whine mounted from a dozen straining throats. I bared my teeth in a feral grin. "Come on then, you bastards," I hissed. "Come finish what you started all those years ago. I'm right here." With a chorus of howls, the pack surged forward as one ravening mass. I leapt to meet them, my knife flashing in one hand, my claws extended on the other. We crashed together in a maelstrom of torn flesh and spraying blood, a whirlwind of destruction. I lost myself in the red haze of battle, hacking and slashing, all semblance of control or finesse vanishing beneath the tide of my rage. I don't know how long we fought. Time lost all meaning, narrowing down to the brutal eternal present, the burn of fang and claw, the hot coppery reek of blood in my nostrils, the percussive slam of my heart in my chest. I killed and killed again, the beast within me rising up to glory in the slaughter. But there were too many. My injuries too grave. I felt my strength flagging, my body failing. A taloned hand caught me across the face, laying my cheek open to the bone. Another drove into my gut like a spear, lifting me off my feet. I crashed to the ground in a broken heap, the breath driven from my lungs in an explosive gasp. Through the descending veil of darkness, I saw the watchers crowd around my fallen form, felt their rank breath gusting over my skin as they closed in for the kill. I tried to rise, to lift my knife for one last strike, but my limbs were leaden, my blood-slick fingers clumsy and weak. So, this was how it ended. After everything I had endured, every horror I had faced, this was to be my fate. Torn to pieces by the monsters that had made me one of their own. There was a bitter irony to that, a grim poetry that even my hazed mind could appreciate. I closed my eyes, waiting for the killing blow, surrendering myself at last to the inevitable. But it never came. Instead, I heard a sharp crack, then another. Heard the watchers howl, a sound of surprise and pain rather than triumph. My eyes flew open again, straining to make sense of what was happening. The campers, they hadn't fled after all. Instead, they stood at the edge of the clearing, pale and determined, clutching thick branches they must have torn from the trees. Even as I watched, the girl swung her makeshift club in a whistling arc, catching the nearest watcher across the snout with a sickening crunch. The creature reeled back, yelping, dark blood matting its muzzle. The boy followed up with a strike of his own, smashing his branch into another watcher's ribs with all his strength. I heard bone crack, saw the beast stagger sideways with a grunt. The pack milled in confusion, caught off guard by this unexpected resistance. They'd had no challengers save me for so long, grown complacent in their superiority. They didn't know how to respond to prey that fought back. The campers pressed their advantage, wading into the fray with wordless cries of desperate courage, their clubs rising and falling. The watchers fell back before that onslaught, suddenly unsure. I saw fear kindling in their eyes for the first time, smelled it souring their musk. With a titanic effort, I dragged myself back to my feet, locked my hand around the hilt of my fallen knife, swaying but upright. The campers' bravery had bought me a precious handful of seconds, had shaken the watchers' confidence, thrown them into disarray. I wouldn't let that sacrifice be in vain. Roaring my defiance, I hurled myself back into the fight, drove my blade into the alpha's throat even as it turned to snap at me, my momentum carrying us both to the ground. We thrashed and rolled, a snarling tangle of fur and blood-slick limbs. The alpha's claws raked my shoulders, my sides. Its teeth struggled to find my face, my throat. But I was past pain, past fear, past everything but the need to end this once and for all. With a bellow of effort, I rammed my knife up under the alpha's chin, punching through the roof of its mouth and into its brain. I felt the crunch of bone, the hot gush of blood and cerebral fluid over my fist. The creature convulsed wildly, its eyes bulging, then went slack in my grip. I wrenched my blade free and rolled to my feet, breathing hard. The rest of the watchers were in full retreat now, fleeing back into the trees. I saw a handful of still forms crumpled on the ground, felled by the campers' flailing clubs. We had hurt them, badly, driven them off. For now. But even in defeat, I saw the malevolence in their eyes as they slipped into the shadows. The promise of retribution. They would be back, and in greater numbers. This wasn't over. It would never be over. The girl and boy stumbled to my side, their young faces drawn and bruised in the thin moonlight trickling through the trees. I saw their eyes widen as they took in the ruin of my body, the blood-drenched tatters of my clothes, the extent of my wounds. But there was no fear in their expressions now, no revulsion, only a grim sort of understanding. "Mister," the boy asked, his voice thin and thready with exhaustion. Are you okay?" Something inside me cracked at the question, a dam bursting. Because no, I wasn't okay. I would never be okay again. These kids had seen me for what I was, at my lowest and most base. They knew the truth of the monster inside me, the monster I had become. But they had fought for me anyway, stood with me against the dark, even at the risk of their own lives. There was a fierce, defiant purity in that, an affirmation of something I had thought long lost, my humanity. In that moment, I felt the beast inside me retreat, slinking back into the shadows of my psyche. It would be back. It would always be back, hungering for blood and savagery. But it didn't control me, not anymore, not unless I let it. I had a choice. Maybe I always had. I met the boy's eyes, and then the girl's, saw my own weary, battered face reflected back at me. I will be, I rasped, thanks to you. It wasn't forgiveness, it wasn't redemption. Those would be a long time coming, if they ever did at all. But it was a start, a first step back toward the light, out of the abyss of wrath and teeth and blood I had drowned in for so long. Come on, I said, sheathing my knife. Let's get you two out of here. It isn't safe. We turned our backs on the carnage, on the ravaged clearing, limped off through the trees towards the distant lights of civilization, towards a world that could never understand the horror we had faced, the nightmares we would carry with us for the rest of our lives. But that was all right. We had each other now, this strange little band of survivors. We were alive against all odds, against the Watcher's feral malice. We would bear witness to the truth of what stalked these woods, even if no one else believed. And maybe, just maybe, we would find a way to fight it, to push back the darkness one brutal inch at a time. It was a war we might never win, but by God we would never stop trying. As a park ranger, I was used to spending time alone in the wilderness, but this solo patrol felt different from the start. An unseasonable chill hung in the late summer air as I hiked deeper into the remote Alaskan forest, my boots crunching on the carpet of dried pine needles. I had volunteered for this week-long assignment, eager for solitude after a summer packed with guiding eco-tourists and coordinating search and rescue missions. Still, something about the silent forest set my nerves on edge. The usual chatter of squirrels and birdsong was oddly absent. Even the wind lay still, not a leaf rustling in the canopy above. After a few hours of steady hiking, I paused for a water break near a small stream. The crystal-clear water burbled softly as it flowed over mossy rocks, but no insects skimmed the surface. No trout darted in the shallows. Shaking off a shiver, I shrugged out of my heavy backpack and knelt to fill my canteen. As I screwed the cap back on, a flicker of movement in my peripheral vision made me spin around, pulse racing. I squinted into the dim gaps between the towering spruce and hemlock trunks. Nothing moved. The back of my neck prickled with the uncanny certainty of being watched. I scanned the ferny undergrowth, the latticework of bare lower branches. Emptiness stared back at me. Unnerved, I stood and hefted my pack, suddenly eager to put more miles behind me before dusk fell. But as I turned to get my bearings, an uneasy jolt rolled through me. The trail had vanished. Creeping disorientation came over me as I turned in a slow circle. Dappled shadows blanketed the forest floor in all directions, concealing any trace of the path I'd been following all day. I pulled out my GPS unit and frowned at the screen. It showed me at least 2 miles off course, deep in a valley I didn't recognize on my maps. How was that possible? A crack like a snapping branch echoed from the silent woodland behind me. I spun toward the sound, my walking stick raised defensively in front of me. Straining to see into the gloom, I caught a waft of a rancid dead meat odor just before something pale whipped out of sight behind a massive trunk. Heart hammering, I edged backward until my pack bumped rough bark, eyes darting. My instincts screamed danger, urging me to run. But which way was safety? As the murky light faded towards night, all sense of direction deserted me. I was lost in the gathering dark, and I was no longer alone. Fog curled between the craggy trunks as I stumbled through the underbrush, following the stream downhill. My headlamp cast a feeble glow in the myopic darkness, illuminating mossy hummocks and veils of mist that parted before me like spectral cobwebs. Occasionally, I caught the gleam of animal eyes glinting beyond the edges of the light, but when I tried to focus on them, they winked out like doused coals. Only the spongy ground under my feet seemed real. I tried to concentrate on that tactile connection as the rising whine of whippoorwills swallowed my shallow breathing. When the whippoorwills fell abruptly silent, the lack of sound was somehow worse, a dead weight pressing against my eardrums. Then the wind picked up, sighing through invisible branches above me like a rasping breath. A fetid waft of carrion blew past me and I stumbled, nearly turning my ankle on a root. Reeling backwards, my light swept across the silty bank of the stream. A pair of tracks punctured the soft mud, unlike any animal prints I'd ever seen. Each was nearly as long as my hand, with 2 sharp toe pads and no visible heel impressions. They looked almost like oblong puncture wounds in the earth. Unease lapped at the edges of my exhaustion as I played my light over the steep slope above the stream. The strange tracks continued up into the trees, as if whatever creature left them had been walking on its hind legs. A large creature, judging by the depth of the imprints, but the stride was short, almost dainty. The hairs lifted on my nape as I tried and failed to reconcile the paradox. A twig snapped in the dead hush, so close that I almost yelped. I whirled, aiming my light upstream. In its narrow beam, a hunched figure stood on the bank facing me. An old man in a tattered coat, his form so blurred by mist that I couldn't make out his features beneath his battered hat. "You lost, girl?" he called in a gravelly voice. I almost sobbed in relief at the sound of another human voice. "Yes, I'm a ranger. My name is—" "Best get yourself unlost," he cut me off, his tone flat and uninflected. "This ain't no place for your kind after dark." As he spoke, I caught a glimpse of his eyes glinting wetly in the darkness. A sudden wash of instinctive dread doused my relief, turning my skin to icy gooseflesh. "What?" I licked my lips, mouth gone bone dry. "What do you mean, my kind?" The old man let out a rusty bark of a laugh. "You ain't from around here. Anybody local would know better than to be out past sunfall. Once the whippoorwill stop singing, you're in Skinwalker territory." Skinwalker. The word shuddered through me on a tide of icy recognition. The taste of old ghost stories and tall tales from childhood camping trips. I'd never put much stock in tribal legends of shamans who could take on animal forms. But out here in the primordial forest, far from any other human heart, those fireside yarns took on the cold clarity of prophecy. I looked again at the strange tracks puncturing the bank. When I raised my eyes, the old man was gone, but the wind carried his parting words to me, rough as a raven's croak. "If you hear your name on the night wind, girl, don't you answer. Once it's got your scent, it won't never let you go." Then the mist swirled and he was gone, leaving me alone with the rising whine of the whippoorwills, and a creeping sense that I was being stalked by something that wore 1,000 faces and hungered for mine. The sickly green glow of my watch dial read just past midnight when the noises outside my tent changed. The night insects and bird calls that had lulled me into a restless doze stuttered, then stopped. In the ringing silence that followed, the susurration of my own breathing sounded deafening. I barely had time to register the goose flesh prickling on my nape before something rustled the shell of my ultralight tent. A staccato motion, furtive and probing, there and gone again before I could scrabble for my headlamp. "Hey!" I meant it to come out as a bark of authority, but my voice cracked. "This is a restricted area. You can't camp here." Sodium yellow light washed the interior of the tent as I flicked on my lantern. It puddled on the silver space blanket covering my sleeping bag, the scatter of my minimal supplies. No answering voice came from outside, only a liquid gurgle that trailed into a throaty keen, mournful and inhuman. A coyote? The waver in the final note froze me in place, hands locked around the lantern handle. I knew that sound. I'd heard it once before, on a nighttime patrol, when I'd stumbled across the matted remains of a hiker ripped apart by scavengers. It was the laughter of coyotes glutted on human flesh. Suddenly frantic to have a defensive wall against talons or teeth, I scrabbled in my bag for the bear spray I kept close in grizzly country. My fingers brushed a rectangle of plastic at the bottom of the pack. I pulled it out with a shaking hand. It was a battered driver's license. slimy with mud and leaf rot. A familiar face smiled blearily at me from the water-damaged ID photo. Jenna Parsons, age 24. She'd gone missing on a solo hiking trip last fall. I'd spent a hellish week combing these same woods as sleet fell, and the trail finally went cold. A numb horror crept through me as I registered the other scattered contents that had fallen from my bag. A corroded compass engraved with initials that weren't mine. A scuffed utility knife, dark stains crusting the blade. Trophies from the vanished, somehow secreted into my supplies as I slept. My breath sawed in my throat as I slowly raised the lantern to cast its betraying light into the dark beyond my tent. But as the shadows contracted, my gaze caught on something far worse than some nighttime scavenger circling my camp. The footprints pressed into the soft duff weren't human or animal. In the quivering lantern glow, they seemed to shift and elongate, stirring a primordial terror in my lizard brain. As I watched in petrified disbelief, the narrow claw marks flowing across the forest floor reshaped themselves into dozens of interlocked arms and legs, a writhing Mobius of sinew and grasping fingers. My own strangled shriek of revulsion snapped the spell. I scrambled out of the tent, swinging my lantern in a wide arc. The light bobbed erratically over serrated fern fronds, decaying nursery logs, a watching face. I froze, blinked, slowly lowered the beam. There at the edge of the trees, a familiar profile looked back at me. Jenna Parsons, her face white and still as a drowned thing, just beneath the surface of a pond. Her mouth moved, shaping my name. A beckoning whisper swirled around me on the night wind. No, I moaned, stumbling backwards. This wasn't real. It couldn't be. Jenna was dead, her body cold in some lonely gully of this god-forsaken forest. Fraying skeins of rationality unraveled as I tried desperately to blink away the apparition wearing my missing hiker's face. The thing that looked like Jenna took a sinuous step forward, and the illusion shattered. Wrongness flowed through the motion, a boneless fluidity. I could see the trees through the filmy outline of her form. A hiss trickled through the darkness as she had spoke again, and this time I heard the words for what they were. Not my name, but a mocking approximation. A lure. With a choked whimper, I wrenched myself out of my paralysis and ran, crashing through the trees in a blind panic. Branches whipped my face and jabbed my ribs as I fled, bouncing off trunks and ripping through snarls of brambles. My headlamp flickered wildly, the beam strobing across dancing shadows as demonic laughter swelled behind me. I ran until my legs gave out and I sprawled in the loam, sobbing. The whippoorwills met my desperate gulps for air with silence. Overhead, unfamiliar stars glittered coldly in a vault of strange constellations. I was lost in a hostile wood that had swallowed me whole, stalked by something that wore dead faces. Morning felt very far away. I didn't remember falling into a dreamless sleep, but I must have. Because the next thing I knew, weak sunlight was worming through my closed eyelids, and an echoing bird call wrenched me awake. I bolted upright, or tried to. The folds of my sleeping bag tangled around my legs and I struggled against them in a panic before memory trickled back. My tent. I was zipped into my tent, safe in the false security of that nylon cocoon. I pressed my hands to my face, trying to steady my breathing. Just a dream. Last night's blind flight through phantom trees had been conjured by my own overheated imagination, nerves strung too tightly by isolation and that eerie encounter with the old-timer. Or had it? With shaking hands I reached for my backpack and unzipped it slowly. Flinching, I upended it onto my lap. A tin cup, a freeze-dried energy bar, my first aid kit, a coil of rope. The scatter of my ordinary supplies mocked me with its banality. No muddy driver's license. No blood-stained knife. I shook out the lining of the pack, probed every pocket. Nothing. "You're losing it, Danny," I muttered. The rasp in my own voice made me swallow hard. How long had it been since I'd spoken aloud? The days alone already blurred together. A sudden scuff of my boot against something hard snapped me out of my reverie. There was a strange weight in the toe, and when I reached in and pulled out the object, my racing heart seemed to seize in my chest. It was a compass, the burnished metal casing nicked and dented. But it wasn't mine. Initials were engraved on the lid. T.S., I didn't know anyone with those initials, but that didn't stop the sick sense of recognition from flooding through me. Trent Solway, a bow hunter who'd vanished in the tangle of rivers and canyons that veined these mountains years before I started this posting. We'd found his camouflage-jacketed remains during my first week on the job, scattered by scavengers. The animals had left his bleached skull untouched, and I'd wondered what he'd seen in his last moments, alone under that vault of pitiless stars. Now here I was with his compass in my hand, and no memory of how it had gotten into my boot. My pack sat emptied at my feet. There was nowhere else it could have come from. But if I hadn't put it there, who had? What had? Ice water trickled down my spine as I reached for the tent flap with numb fingers. The mosquito netting was intact, the zipper secured from the inside. But it wasn't the integrity of my nylon fortress that concerned me now. It was the whispers filtering in with the watery sunlight, barely audible under the twitter of waking birds. Voices that might have been the wind soughing through bare branches, if the wind had carried words in a familiar rasping croak. The old man's warning echoed in my memory. Once it's got your scent, it won't never let you go. I didn't want to believe it, but I couldn't deny the evidence in my hands or the feeling of dread solidifying under my breastbone. Something had crept through the veil between waking and dreams to leave me that macabre token. And it was still out there, watching, waiting in the spaces between the shadows. I could feel its unseen eyes crawling over my skin, a phantom weight. Mechanically, I broke camp, stuffing my gear into my pack with shaking hands. I didn't know what I was running from, not really, but every instinct screamed at me to move, to put distance between myself and this cursed glade. As if that would do any good. As if miles of wilderness could stand between me and my stalker, when it could walk through my sleeping mind, leaving souvenirs of the dead to taunt me. I shouldered my pack and set off at a quick march, no longer caring what direction I was going. The only thing that mattered was motion, the driving need to keep putting one foot in front of the other. If I stopped, I might start to scream, and then I might never stop. Branches whipped my face as I pushed my way through a tangle of devil's club, the broad leaves still pearled with morning dew. But I was barely aware of the sting. My skin had gone cold and distant, all sensation subsumed by the rabbit thrum of my pulse in my temples. Whispers chased me through the cathedral hush of the forest, barely audible under the muted shrilling of birds and the incessant burble of hidden streams. I strained to make out words, convinced that they were calling my name. The syllables hissed and muttered in a dozen half-familiar voices. I clapped my hands over my ears, a high keening building in the back of my throat. I wanted to run, to plunge headlong through the shadows in a breakneck flight. But my muscles were jelly, my boots mired in molasses. Each leaden step was an eternity. When I finally stumbled into a clearing, it was almost a relief, until I saw the cabin, and the nightmares caught up to me with a vengeance. The cabin hunched at the far edge of the clearing like a malevolent toad, its weathered timbers furry with moss and its windows gaping dark sockets. A narrow door yawned crookedly on rusted hinges, and something about that hungry void sent a bolt of primitive terror straight down my spine. But it was too late to run. The heavy ache in my legs told me I'd pushed myself past the limit of my endurance. If I didn't rest soon, I'd collapse. The cabin, for all its dilapidated menace, offered shelter, a chance to get my bearings, maybe even find a map or a radio inside. Hating the defeated slump of my shoulders, I slogged across the clearing. Waist-high grass susurrated against my legs, heavy with dew. By the time I reached the weathered stoop, my jeans were soaked through and my boots squished with each step. The door resisted my first tug, the warped wood groaning in its frame. For a second I thought it was locked, that I'd have to bust a window to gain entry. But as I threw my weight against it with mounting desperation, something gave with a screech of rusted metal, and the door shuddered open. I nearly pitched headfirst into the dark maw of the cabin's interior. Stumbling, I caught myself on the rough lintel, splinters digging into my palms. Stale air puffed against my face, ripe with the sense of mildew and mouse droppings, and something else, something meaty and cloying, that curdled my stomach. Fumbling for my headlamp, I flicked the beam over a jumble of overturned furniture, drifts of leaves, animal nests. and on the far wall, a shape that struggled to resolve itself into awful comprehension. A smear of something rusty brown, almost black in the colorless glare of my light. It forked into the crude outline of a body spread-eagled across the buckled floorboards. A sob hitched in my throat as I swept the beam lower. Gouges scored the silvered wood, 4 parallel slashes that ended in jagged punctures. Claw marks, some distant part of my mind gibbered, talons raking and rending as they dragged their writhing prey into the dark. I backed toward the door on rubbery legs, my breath coming in shallow, panic gasps. This place was a tomb, a charnel house, the scene of some untold atrocity, the splatters too aged to be from an animal attack. As I scrabbled for the threshold, my foot struck something soft and yielding. I looked down in sudden, superstitious dread, my stomach a hard, cold knot against my spine. It was a backpack, the straps frayed as if chewed by rodents. The canvas was almost black with old bloodstains. Bile scalded the back of my throat, a scream building in my lungs. But before it could tear loose, a flicker of movement in my peripheral vision froze me in place. Slowly, I raised my head. There in the doorway, silhouetted against the gray light filtering through the trees, crouched a figure. Its form seemed to ripple and contort, muscles sliding liquidly beneath hairless skin the ashen color of a bloodless corpse. As I watched in mute horror, unable to so much as draw breath to scream, the thing unfolded from its crouch and rose to a towering height. Stick-thin arms dangled at its sides, too many elbows bending at obscene angles. Its head tilted slowly, bird-like, as if considering me, a featureless oval dominated by a lipless mouth and a pair of glinting reptilian eyes. I fumbled for my bear spray. An old lecture on wildlife safety flitting inanely through my head. Make yourself big, shout, stand your ground. But some deep wailing terror in my lizard hindbrain howled that this thing would devour me without ever touching me, that no weapon forged by human hands could save me. It paced across the threshold, its elongated legs bending in ways that curdled my sanity. The door creaked shut behind it, and suddenly I knew with sinking certainty that I'd been herded here. This was where it fed, where it played with its food. A rasping hiss issued from its mouth, forked tongue flicking between rows of needle teeth. And in that sound I heard a single word, repeated over and over in a sibilant whisper. Skinned stealer. My hands were shaking so badly I nearly dropped my bear spray as I fumbled with the safety latch. The creature, the skinwalker, cocked its head at the small hiss of pressurized gas escaping the canister. Its nostrils flared and a low clicking rose from its throat, like beetles scuttling over dry leaves. I swung the canister up, sighted down the barrel. For a single surreal second, I felt a bubble of hysterical laughter welling in my chest. Here I was, facing down a mythical monster with glorified pepper spray. If I survived this, I'd have to nominate myself for the world's most idiotic last stand. Stay back, I croaked, my voice a thready ruin. I'm warning you. In answer, the skinwalker parted its lipless jaws and let out a guttural moan that almost sounded like laughter. Then it bunched its stick-thin limbs and sprang. I screamed and squeezed the trigger, orange mist billowing from the nozzle. The chemical stench seared my nostrils and stung my eyes, blinding me. But even through the watery blur, I saw the spray engulf the nightmare barreling toward me, and pass right through it, in a swirl of coalescing shadows. The skinwalker's form shivered and dissolved like mist on the wind, only to reform an instant later, unfazed. It slammed into me with the boneless weight of something not quite flesh, not quite spirit. We went down in a tangle of thrashing limbs, the bear spray flying from my grip to clatter against the wall. Fetid breath billowed against my face, hot and reeking of carrion. Up close, I could see that the skinwalker's hide was a patchwork of textures, sleek fur flowing seamlessly into mottled scales, membranous wings sprouting from its shoulders and melting back into the rippling mass of its body. Its claws sank into my arms, piercing canvas and skin as if my jacket were gossamer. I bucked and flailed beneath the thing's crushing weight, my boots skidding on the blood-slick floor. But I might as well have been fighting a landslide. Slowly, inexorably, the skinwalker lowered its head until its lamprey mouth brushed my ear. When it spoke, its voice was a crackling whisper, dry as snakeskin on stone. Bile scorched my throat, hot tears streaking my face. I threw every ounce of my failing strength into one last desperate heave, and by some miracle, I managed to twist free just enough to spot my salvation, my fallen canister of bear spray, lying in arm's reach against the blood-stained wall. I lunged for it, clawed fingers scrabbling. The skinwalker let out a shriek of rage and raked my back, but I barely felt the pain. My fingers closed around the cool metal cylinder, and I rolled onto my side, jamming the nozzle directly into the thing's gaping maw. This time my aim was true. The spray geysered down its throat, choking off its roar of fury. The creature reeled back, arms windmilling as it clawed at its face. I scrambled to my feet, staggering away in a stumbling run. But even with the reprieve, I knew it was hopeless. Where could I run that this creature couldn't follow? It had stalked me effortlessly through the trackless forest, wearing faces stolen from the dead. My only chance was to make a stand, to go down fighting. And then my gaze landed on the window set high in the cabin wall, grimy glass glinting dully. Beyond it, the pale ribbon of a logging road cut through the trees, threading off into the distance. Civilization, safety. It might as well have been on the moon for all the good it did me. But if I could break that window, attract attention somehow. The skinwalker was hunched over, retching, black ichor bubbling between its teeth. I didn't hesitate. Snatching up a rusted lantern from the floor, I hurled it with all my strength. The glass shattered in a crystalline spray and I sucked air to scream. But before I could make a sound, a blur of shadow streaked across the room and slammed me back against the wall. Needle claws sank into my throat, throttling my cry. The skinwalker loomed over me, its face rippling and contorting. For a heart-stopping moment, its features resolved into a grotesque collage. The leathery brow of the old man from the stream, Jenna's hazed eyes, the rictus of Trent Salway's skull, all the stolen skins it had ever worn, melting and flowing together in obscene masquerade. No escape, it rasped, tightening its stranglehold. Only the forever darkness. The edges of my vision crumbled into static as I sagged in its unbreakable grip. The last thing I saw before the void rose up to take me was the skinwalker's mouth gaping wide, its jaws unhinging like a snake's to swallow my final breath. And then the world went black and I knew nothing at all. Consciousness returned in throbbing fragments, pain splintering through my skull with every sluggish beat of my heart. I was lying on something cold and hard, rough wood digging into my back. Ribbon-thin bands of pressure cinched my wrists and ankles. No, not pressure. Bony fingers clamped around my limbs in an unbreakable vice. I cracked my eyes open and immediately wished I hadn't. The skinwalker crouched over me, pinning me spread-eagled on the blood-stained floor. In the guttering light of the rising moon filtering through the shattered window, I could see my own distorted reflection screaming silently in its mirrored eyes. "Ah, little skin." Its voice was a grating rasp, thick with gloating. "I will wear you so well. Please." The word tore from my ravaged throat, tasting of blood and despair. "Why are you doing this?" For a long, lipless moment the creature regarded me. Then slowly, hideously, it smiled. "I am what the ignorant call Siskinwalker," it said. "Yinai Ilushi, Sis shape changer. I hunt, I devour. And when the mood takes me," its voice changed, morphed into an obscene medley. The missing campers, their families, my own voice echoing back at me from 1,000 miles away. I become. The breath hitched in my lungs as understanding crashed through me in a feverish wave. The creature wasn't just some mindless beast. It was a calculating predator, stalking human prey season after season to sate its twisted hunger. Killing was only the beginning of its dark appetites. It coveted our skins, our very identities, to wear like costumes in a depraved masquerade as it moved unseen among its chosen victims. Bile seared my throat as I thrashed weakly against its bruising grip. But I was a mouse pinned in a serpent's coils, my struggles only amusing my captor. The skinwalker's grin widened until I could see down its gullet, a black abyss fringed with needles. "I am eternal," it gloated. "I am Legion." And son, its jaws yawned wide. "I will be you." In that moment of blank, howling horror, my paralyzed mind seized on the only possible defense, pitiful and futile as it was, my name, the core of myself, that small, inviolate part no monster could ever steal. I clung to it like a talisman, screaming it over and over inside my head as the creature's maw descended. And then, impossibly, the skinwalker froze. Its head whipped toward the window, the plates of its face rippling with sudden, terrible rage. Through the roaring static filling my head, I dimly registered a sound intruding from outside, an engine's growl, tires crunching over gravel. Someone was coming. The skinwalker moved in a lightning blur, flowing to its feet and rebounding off the wall to crouch in the shadow of the door. Its cloak of illusion shivered and thinned until I could see the warped timbers straight through the smoke of its body. I was too weakened by shock and blood loss to scream. All I could do was sag against my bonds and pray to every god that might be listening that whoever had driven up that abandoned logging road wasn't about to become the skinwalker's next meal. A clunk of a car door slamming, the crunch of boots across gravel. My heart hammered in my throat as I strained my eyes toward the door, willing it to burst open. But the footsteps stopped on the threshold, and a gruff male voice called out, making me jerk against my restraints. "This is Ranger Gunderson with the Park Service. Anybody in there?" We got a report of screams coming from this location. My cracked lips worked soundlessly, helpless terror and desperate hope warring in my mangled throat. I had to warn him, had to make him understand the danger. But before I could unstick my tongue from the roof of my mouth, a soft sibilant hiss froze my breath in my lungs. The skinwalker's form pulsed and thickened, shadows slithering together like oil until its gaunt frame solidified into sickening familiarity. The battered hat of the old man from the stream, Jenna's dead eyes in a grinning rictus, a grotesque mummer's motley of its stolen faces. "No trouble, Ranger." Its voice was a perfect mimic of the old man's gravelly rasp. "Just a little misunderstanding with an unwanted guest." It glided to my side and curved a proprietary hand around my throat, claws dimpling the skin. I saw my own bulging eyes reflected in its glassy gaze, my mouth stretched in a rictus of mute horror. The ranger's hesitation was palpable, his unease a nearly tangible force. When he spoke again, there was a new wariness in his tone. "I'm going to need you to step out here where I can see you. Keep your hands where I can see them." The skinwalker's grin sharpened, needle teeth glinting in the shadows. But of course, no need for hostilities. It began to glide toward the door, its form rippling and contorting. I saw Jenna's face melt and run like wax, replaced by eyes that glinted with sly reptilian hunger. In seconds, it would cross the threshold into the unsuspecting ranger, wearing a mask of innocence, and then the screaming would start. Desperation exploded through me, terror and fury fusing into a white-hot star. I wrenched against my bonds, tendons straining until I felt my wrists start to slicken with blood. The skinwalker hissed a warning and tightened its claws around my throat. But I barely felt the sting. "Run!" I screamed, my voice a ravaged croak. "It's not human! It's going to kill—" The strangling pressure cut off my cries, but it was too late. I heard the ranger's startled oath, the ring of a rifle chambering around. The skinwalker whirled in a blur of motion, just as the door crashed open and the searing beam of a floodlight speared the darkness. "Freeze! Get on the ground! Hands behind your head!" The ranger had taken one look at the scene and drawn the only conclusion he could. A young woman bound and bleeding, a wild-eyed man looming over her, but he couldn't see what crouched behind that mask, the horror contorting and billowing as it prepared to spring. "No, shoot it! Shoot it!" I barely recognized my own voice, shrill with hysteria. The skinwalker let out a hissing shriek of rage and frustration. Its form shivered and blurred, caught between its mime of humanity and its true shape, unable to disappear fully beneath the stark floodlight. I saw the whites of the ranger's eyes as his brain grappled with the impossible, the stuff of nightmares boiling up before him. His finger tightened on the trigger, and the rifle roared, painfully loud in the close confines. The bullet passed straight through the skinwalker's chest, exiting in a spray of black mist. For a single, Terrible moment, the creature's form seemed to buckle and deflate before it surged upright with a bone-shaking howl. I screamed as the ranger backpedaled, already scrabbling for another cartridge, but the skinwalker was on him faster than thought, a whirlwind of flashing talons and snapping teeth. The ranger's scream cut off in a wet, choking gurgle as the creature's jaws clamped around his throat, worrying him like a dog with a bone. Blood splattered the walls in a fine mist as the skinwalker reared back, still hissing its fury. The ranger's corpse toppled to the floor in a boneless sprawl, flooding the warped boards with crimson. Transfixed by horror, I couldn't look away as the creature crouched over its kill and sank its claws into the gaping ruin of the man's face. Skin and muscle sloughed away in glistening strips as it peeled back his features like a gruesome mask. Oh God, it was harvesting, adding the ranger's face to its grisly wardrobe. I must have made some tiny noise, a whimper or a sob. The skinwalker's head snapped up, torn mouth gaping in a blood-slick grin as it pinned me with its bottomless gaze. And now, little skin, it hissed. Where were we? It prowled toward me, trailing loops of the ranger's intestines. My mind went blank with gibbering panic as I thrashed against my bonds. Reopening the clotted wounds at my wrists, the skinwalker loomed over me, its jaws yawning impossibly wide, and froze as a blinding glare flooded the cabin. Headlights, twin suns blazing through the broken window. An amplified voice crackled over a loudspeaker. "This is the police. Come out with your hands up." The skinwalker shrieked its rage to the rafters, caught between its two halves as the stark beams pinned it in place. I could see the police taking positions outside, silhouettes behind the painful dazzle. Someone must have heard the shot, called 911. I lurched forward with the last of my strength and sank my teeth into the skinwalker's arm. It reared back with a spitting cry, talons ripping free of my flesh. I hit the floor hard, black stars swimming across my vision. Then all hell broke loose as the police stormed the cabin. The skinwalker howled and spun, a dervish of shadows and slashing claws. Gunfire boomed in the close quarters as it fell on the officers in a whirlwind of gore, bullets pocking its mist flesh. I belly crawled across the blood-slick floor, pulse of staccato thunder in my ears. My numb fingers fumbled over the ranger's belt until they closed around the hilt of his survival knife. I gripped it like a talisman as I sawed through my bonds, teeth bared against the searing pain. The skinwalker was an avatar of destruction, unhindered by wounds that would have felled any mortal thing. But even it couldn't stand against the onslaught forever. I saw it stagger beneath the hail of gunfire, its form shivering and thinning, more mist than flesh now as bullets tore through it in sprays of shadowy ichor. It screamed its hate and defiance as it fell back, clawing for the window. The police shouted in confusion, unable to credit what their eyes insisted was impossible. They couldn't stop it, I saw with sinking certainty. It would flow away into the darkness between seconds, to slink off and lick its wounds, to hunt again. Unless my hand closed around the fallen canister of bear spray. My muscles jumped and spasmed as I hauled myself upright, nearly toppling with the weight of my battered body. Time seemed to slow as I raised my arm, sighted down the nozzle at the skinwalker's back. It was half turned away, a seething mass of shadow with the barest dregs of stolen faces melting across its surface. I saw Jenna's mouth twist, the old man's milky eyes roll to fix hungrily on me. "Hey," my ravaged voice cracked. "Chew on this, you bastard." I pressed the release and the spray jetted out in a stinging mist, just as one of the officers fired a round straight through the skinwalker's chest. The bullet passed through its foggy flesh and straight into the bear spray canister. The world went white. The skinwalker's scream rose to an unbearable crescendo, laced with the shriek of tortured metal as the canister ruptured. Searing, chemical-laced mist geysered over the creature, catching light from the headlights outside. It went up like a torch, flames gouting from its eye sockets, from the gaping maw of its mouth. The skinwalker thrashed and flailed. A mass of boiling shadow shot through with streaks of orange, of devouring heat. Its wail spiraled up and up, an unholy melding of the voices it had stolen, then shattered into a single thin, needling shriek as its flesh crisped and collapsed into a pile of greasy ash. In the stunned silence that followed, the pop and crack of embers was deafening. I slid down the wall to the floor, my legs giving out. Distantly I heard shouts, boots pounding across the floor. Then there were hands on me, urgent voices muffled as if from underwater. I floated above myself, tethered by the thinnest thread. From a great distance I saw the officers working over my body, stanching the blood that leaked from 100 wounds. Their faces were pale and grim in the pulsing light, lips moving in words I could no longer hear. It didn't matter. It was over. Against all odds, against the hungry dark, I had won. I had saved the world from a nightmare it could never even imagine. As I slipped into the cool darkness rising to enfold me, a final thought bobbed to the surface of my mind. In the ranger's face peeling away in glistening strips, in the old man's eyes milk white in the skinwalker's seething flesh, I had seen myself, reflected back in an endless, eternal hunt. I would never walk in the woods again without wondering what watched from the shadows, what waited with the patience of centuries to wear my skin, to become me down to the marrow of my bones. The skinwalker was dead, but there would always be others, hungry shades prowling the spaces between, rattling the locks, seeking a way in. They were as old as fear itself, woven into place and time. And no matter how far I ran, how deep I buried the memories, a part of me would always be in that cabin, bound and bleeding, with the flensing blade poised over my face, waiting for the forever dark to open its jaws and swallow me whole.